Good evening, everybody. I know I'm pretty much starting at the tail end of my starting window tonight, so I apologize for those of you that might have been hanging around and waiting. But there's a reason why I keep that window open. So I wanted to, I'll probably talk about this a couple of times, but I did want to get a couple of details out of the way just in terms of um, how the week's probably going to shape up. On Wednesday, that should be the 8th, there is a game that I've been looking forward to covering, and the embargo will be lifting. So at minimum, there will be at least one interruption to Book of Hours, and if I had my preference, I would try and add more days to streaming. But it is actually quite difficult for me to do that this week and next. So, just to maybe give people a little bit of advance warning, here are the major things that are likely to interrupt coverage of Book of Hours. So, Wednesday, the embargo lifts on the other game, and I would like to take the time to cover it. Obviously, Weather Factory has been very generous with their time and attention, and I love Book of Hours, but it's not the only game that I cover, and I have been looking forward to getting a chance to work with this other developer again, and the game looks really good. So that will be for sure Wednesday. And then I'll have to decide what I'm doing on the Friday, and I think a lot of that's going to sort of depend on how next week turns out, because on Saturday we have Remembrance Day in Canada. So that's, I guess the American equivalent would be Memorial Day. Now that's a Saturday, so that's not a day that would be affecting the normal schedule. But the usual deal for this is that if I have the day off on work, then I want to try and take that day, because the drawback is that essentially my days off were not feeling like days off. And what that would mean is I would feel a certain degree of burnout, both for streaming but also for work. And, work is the thing that allows me to continue to have the hobby. And the hobby, of course, is, the sort of thing that I want to remain fun. Otherwise, there's no point in doing that. So my feeling has always been that the days off are one of the things that sort of give me the fuel to sustain the other days of activity. But that does come at a certain cost in terms of attention. Now, the other thing that's a little weird about this month is that technically the first was on Wednesday, and so the local game dev meetup winds up falling on the third Wednesday of the month. Now, what I have noticed is that there has not been an announcement in the local dev meetup Discord. In fact, let me just take a quick second to double check that. Yeah, so there is an event happening in Toronto on Wednesday, but I don't actually see, I don't see anything related to the, oh, hang on. Okay, it is. They did actually announce it, so it will be on the 15th. All right, so yeah, here's the base. This is the drawback here. I do like attending the local game dev meetup. I actually may have something to show for that as well. Although they've actually been rather generous with their time lately. So if they've got a full schedule, maybe I'll just leave that off for the next day. But yeah, so what this will translate into is that Monday I'll probably be taking off, and then on Wednesday, just as a practical matter, I'm going to be at the local game dev meetup. And so that means that we're really waiting on Friday there. In fact, I should probably let the other game know as well. And what that probably means here is that on Wednesday and Friday, I'll most likely do the new game, and then we'll go back to Book of Hours. I want to try and make sure that I do both games at least once in a week. But after that, from the 20th to the 24th, we should be free there. And then the final week of November will be open. So sorry, that was a little more time on that than I wanted. But just keep in mind, next week there's going to be a pretty substantial gap in terms of the schedule. And that just happened to be the way that the holiday, quote unquote, and the local meetup turned up. Sometimes it happens that way. But let's jump back into Book of Hours. I've been really looking forward to this, although one of the drawbacks is I'm at the point where I'm sort of investigating rooms in both the YouTube series as well as the stream series, and particularly over the weekend where I have a couple of days to forget everything but muddle the two games together. I'm actually starting to get a little confused in terms of where I've left things. But we'll figure it out. There's a Blake, 7th librarian, spent all of the house's money on her projects before her disappearance. That's when the Nocturnal branch took over. How are you doing, Nearly Logical? Good to see you. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. So, we are picking up something from Oriflammes. Oh, this is interesting. So it doesn't actually say what the book is. I'm curious if I'm actually going to get a book as a result of this. So I'm going to keep... The way I'm going to handle this is I'm going to keep the save. If in 2 minutes and 51 seconds I don't get the book, I will have to submit a bug report. But this seems to be caused specifically because of the fact that I'm reloading. It's interesting that there is still the Forge entry here. So I'm assuming that it will be fine, but I am a little curious in terms of how the game knows what book to give up. So, what's happening tomorrow, Nearly Long? Oh, of course, I know what's happening tomorrow. I shouldn't be saying what's happening tomorrow. I should know. Okay. So let me just try and get reacquainted with the playthrough here. I didn't seem to idiot-proof the day, but I think the main reason for that is I don't actually think I have any pressing matters. So I seem to have a free wistful air. We've got a cloudy day, a merciless alteration. Now, in terms of looking in rooms, so we definitely went through the dueling hall. We've taken care of the Pale Chamber. The Hall of Division, I seem to recall we did Ava and Abraham. There wasn't anything in the Chancel. Wasn't in the Radiant Stair. I believe we did check out the Mop and Bucket. Nothing with the bells, and then all of these would be consumables. Okay, so I think we're ready to head back down again. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about it. The only thing is that if I wind up... Oh yeah, that I seem to remember now. So I think I said that I suspected that this would be the same shaving mirror as the Keeper's Lodge, but I wanted to verify it, and I think that was where I left it. And then I think I also said that reading the yellowing newspaper would be interesting, but I didn't have an element of the soul. And I'd actually kind of like to... Yeah, I'd kind of like to read this even though I have other things that I can read as part of the setup. And yeah, I mean, again, I'm not too fussed about this just because the game has a good save system. So one of the things that... this was kind of funny. So I don't normally I don't like taking the contents of like emails and things like that unless I wind up like explicitly saying with someone, you know, hey, I'm going to use this in a future conversation. But this one I think is okay to say. But I was talking with one of the people involved with the creation of this game, and I'd sort of mentioned, you know, one thing that's kind of nice about Book of Hours from a broadcasting point of view is that, you know, having multiple saves allows me to... Basically, it allows me to... sorry, I'm trying to think the right way to put it. Like, it allows me to jump between the pre-recorded stuff that I do and the live broadcast. Or, like, also more importantly, I said I was lucky to do Cultist Simulator the way that I did, but I did notice for a while I didn't actually play Cultist Simulator for pleasure on the PC because I didn't want to mess up my stream save. I said, oh yeah, I never, and again, the response for that was, oh yeah, I never I never thought of it that way. And of course, why would you? Because the needs of a streamer are, in my opinion, should be at the bottom of the list of concerns. It's not that you, like, you don't want to go out of the way to inconvenience streamers, but I have had to attend many meetups, and like sometimes fairly large ones where, you know, there's going to be some broadcaster and they do, it's like, it feels like broadcasters have only one talk sometimes. It's like how to make your game more streamable. And it's always like, here, you know, here's the stuff I want that's specifically dedicated to me. And that can be helpful to a certain extent because I know people are trying to capture streamers' attention for games. But the thing is that it's a little bit like saying, you know, the way that some of these talks are formatted, it winds up taking this style of like, oh, well, you know, only make game design. Like it's kind of like people who say, oh, you should only make game designs that, like, when you put out a GIF of them, you know, you get, you know, 500 upvotes on Reddit or something like that. Like things that are, you know, obviously marketable or that. And it's like, to a certain extent, that can make us a type of business sense. It's certainly not a bad idea to try and make something that, you know, you can reach out. This kind of ties into some of the productivity stuff I've been writing about. Like, what those kinds of projects do is they amplify your outreach efforts. And so, in the end, every dollar that you spend or every hour that you spend on outreach is potentially more productive because you have that very arresting style. So like Cultist Simulator is a good example of this, right? Like you can see when you look at the Weather Factory YouTube channel, and there was recently an episode of Skeleton Songs that was put online. It was very, very enjoyable. They talked about Marlowe's Faust. They, which is funny, I've never read Marlowe's Faust. I'm ashamed to admit, because I know Christopher Marlowe was like the bee's knees at the time. And I mean, I've seen Shakespeare in Love, so obviously he's, you know, was this the face that launched a thousand ships? Line always keeps coming up in that one. Shakespeare in Love, by the way, I can't remember if it was just written by Tom Stoppard or if he did a draft on it. But anyways, but yeah, no, I mean, Marlowe is just one of these ones where I feel like I probably should have read more. But you know, there's the things that you get assigned as part of the curriculum, and then there is the like the stuff that you can read on your own. But you know, like sometimes there's just these gaps. Like, you know, I really liked I did the early English stuff, so I've read like Beowulf, and the version of the Canterbury Tales I have is really hard to read because it's the Old English. And we did get to finish with Paradise Lost, which is wonderful. I really like Milton. But you know, even then you have to pick like what you're going to what you're going to cover. So just reminded me of one of those things. If you can actually give me a second, I'm just going to hit the light, and I think I'm going to get myself a blanket. I'm sorry to step off so early, but I'm just going to get myself sorted out, if you don't mind. I'll be back. I'm not even going to run ads or anything like that. It'll just take a second to hit the light and get the blanket. The other one that's nice, they don't mention the Stargazy Pie, but they do mention visiting the city, which I believe is, or village, or whatever the proper term is, responsible for Stargazy Pie, and all sorts of fun stuff. It's a lot of fun. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is, when you take a look at something like did I read The Severe Chair? I don't think I did. I'll double check. when you take a look at the Weather Factory YouTube and you look at the comments on there, there's a lot of people who do have Cultist Simulator avatars. And when you take a look at Steam, you know, you'll see a lot of people with Cultist Simulator avatars on it. It's a very distinct art style. So even though they're not spending a small fortune in terms of getting together, you know, a lot of sophisticated 3D artists, they're not, you know, pushing the limits of the HDRP and Unity or anything like that. It's still a game that really does get your attention when you look at it. But yeah, anyways, sorry, this was just a big rant about the, you know, make it easy. Like, here's my laundry list of things that I'd like for streaming. So like, I never really brought it up for Cultist Simulator because I completely appreciated what Cultist Simulator was trying to do, and in the end, like, I knew how I could get around keeping my saves if I wanted to. And I don't really feel like Cultist Simulator should give up on its goal in order to make the game more streamable for people. And I feel like, to a certain extent, the problem with those talks is not that there aren't things that developers can do to make a game more streamable. It's that the advice tends to be along the lines of things that conflict with higher priorities in terms of the game design. So the primary audience is not streamer. The primary audience are the people who will buy the game. And I definitely feel that those talks tend to... It's like a lot of... I mean, it's kind of like writing today, right? Like, sometimes... I know I complain about this a lot, but there's definitely a style of writing that is becoming more and more popular where it's not really designed to persuade. It's written for people who already agree with the conclusion. And, you know, my feeling is we're not very well served by that, but, you know, it's hard to argue with the results. Like, this is the stuff that people are reading. So you wanted the moth symbol of the keychain. You've run into this with early access games where they end up overtuned towards those who've played the game a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent that happened with Sunless Sea, and that's one of the reasons why the beta for Book of Hours took the form that it did, to make sure that there was always a group of new players who were encountering the the opening material, and that it wasn't completely incomprehensible to everybody at the start. Anyways, the other thing that's nice to say, I am one of those streamers that Weather Factory successfully captured as part of their outreach efforts, so I was given a key for promotional purposes. Wish I could have bought the game myself because I like supporting stuff like this, but no Kickstarter this time. But yeah, just keep in mind that I have been given a thing of value in order to cover the game, although I think after a couple of months, I think everybody's figured out that I really like this game. Anyways, I was going to go on about other stuff, but my journey to wrap myself up in a blanket, I think I lost the thread. So I was talking about game dev meetups and saves, and so probably I was going something along the lines of, I just want to preserve this save. So one thing, it's convenient for me, but one of the things that's nice about the save is that if I run into a problem with this, I will just write a support ticket and then I'll send it out. Olaf, how are you doing? I'm sorry I'm not starting closer to 7. But the good news is the reason for that was I decided to go for a walk, and because it was cold out, that walk meant I got a coffee too. Could have made coffee at home, but that wouldn't have made me late. Okay, so I should be a little more orderly with this, but I kind of want to check the... Oh yeah, no, I think I remember how I was going to do this. So, I will tidy up whatever I've got inside here. I'm going to move to the last remaining rooms of the sort of the first section of the house. And then what I'm going to be doing is I only have one consider verb at a time to work with, right? So what I'm going to be doing here is I will use the consider verb with all of the items that I wasn't able to consider with the afflicted element of the soul. I might even just renew my fascination, or my fascinated Faust at this point. I think I want to work out a system of reading the books just full stop. instead of just waiting to level up text. Because like once we finish our Oriflamme's text here, that's kind of it. And then what else? I know I was working on determinations. We should have 2, so Oldest Moth and We Came from Glory. So I suppose one of the questions is, what are the determinations that I want to actually complete? I suppose that relates to the Newman that I'm trying to achieve. And there's one that I'm specifically interested in, but I'm not going to pick that one up until we complete the Merciless Alteration. I guess the other thing I can work on would be to get the remaining recipes for my various skills. But I'm going to leave that for a bit later. I know on the YouTube series I actually spent some time working out skills, and it's never that exciting just to cycle through. I really don't like filling up the recipe book that way, but it is sometimes quite convenient when I don't write things down. But yeah, I've got a broad sketch in terms of how I want to spend the day. So let's go for the Severe Chair. I'm not expecting anything really new there, but I do just want to be complete in my coverage. So investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. I also think it would be kind of fun to see if I can get something from the beehive. So with that, we will... I think we'll take insects and nectars there. Gather in summer honey or beeswax if I'm careful. Now, I suppose I should check, is there something in summer that I want to claim? It's not, like in this case here, I would really be looking for crafting ingredients. So Trumpeter's Lily, I think we have quite a bit of. Yep. And then... Moth orchids I think we're good for. Let me just double check. I mean, 4 isn't a lot, but I think I'm okay with that for now. So there should be one more, and that is Fragrant Chalice. And I think that's... yeah. So we've got 2... no, we got 5. All right. So Honeyscar Jasmine, I think there's an argument for more, but the other ones, I think I'm okay leaving the garden. Now, there is a question as to whether or not I want to try Crowcross Sands and the moor. I suppose I've closed off the moor because of my use of health. But Crowcross Sands is still available to me. The other thing I can do, of course, is try swimming. Actually, can I add my wish for that? A brisk swim. Swimming requires an element of the soul with heart or scale. Generally, this means health. Okay. So yeah, let's go to Crowcross Sands. What is the sea seeded today? Oh yes, there's another thing. I would still want to try and find an egg, so we will also use our Faust in the gull colony. I'm using all my high-powered stuff, but I'll get over it. So we've got Shaft and a Whist to play around with when the time comes. I think I'll do my usual thing of earning some money at the Sweet Bones, but keeping in mind that I'm definitely going to make sure that I use 3 elements of the soul to do something. Alright, so help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Now, there is going to be a project that I want to work on, and I need to think of the best way to do it. Glinting cranial tchotchke. I'm trying to think where I want to put that as well. We'll keep it here for now. So I'm going to try reorganizing the library. And this is going to be kind of a big job. The biggest problem with this is just trying to it's mostly just a question of like how there's going to be some shuffling around that I need to do, and I only have the 3 inventory spots, so it's going to require a bit more attention. Anyways, I can do that as the time runs by. So let's put Deoris down here for now. Where's Just Verse? Now, if I want to just go reading books, it's actually not that hard to do. There's another one. Severe chair, unfussy marsh green upholstery. This chair is innocent of chairly secrets. Oh, actually, maybe I should ask this in the form of a question first. Did anybody hear the Skeleton Songs episode that was released today? Because there was one thing that I thought was worth mentioning now that I think of it. Okay, I think I am going to use a whist here. I'm trying to remember the one that got the gloss. Probably easier for me to just to click and look at some of them. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is summer. I'm sitting outside the Sweet Bones eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, yellowing newspaper. It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Nothing's history when first it happens. Ooh, that's a surprise. So we got an occult scrap off of that. So that is a persistent memory. It's an omen. That's good for 2 rose, 2 moth, and 2 knock. Secret histories are layered beneath the ones we know, like notes in a rare wine. The librarian knows this well. Okay, let's, again, I'm trying to think if it makes any sense for me to keep the shaft around. I think I'm going to move on. So there's a plain stool for me to check out. But yeah, I will finish the rest of the house before I start using too many elements of the soul. So investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Okay. Like I said, some of this is just I really wish I remembered the name of the book that I'm looking for. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. So I don't think I have room in the foundry anymore. Actually, there might be one hope here. Nope. Let's try the other storage, although that's starting to get kind of crowded too. Oh, I've gone and done it. Huh. I really would have thought it would have fit on this shelf at minimum. Looks like it doesn't want to go anywhere. Oh, okay. Maybe I was just being fussy. Honey or beeswax if I'm careful. Alright, I'm always happy to see the honey. Now, I can't remember if I used up any of my existing honey, but clearly we have space on that shelf. And what else? Alright, scraps from the Isle's Edge. In this case, just a memory sound. Not the most exciting option that I could get, but I'll live with it. Okay, back to... Plain stool, the most reliable object imaginable. How old is it? It's older than one might expect. Very faintly, the triple knot can be made out on the underside of the seat. So I don't really have any use for these memories right now. If I want to start investigating different recipes, I can do that. But it's not quite my priority right now. I believe I can consider this one. Oh, but it will consume the candle. So I'm guessing most of this stuff I'm not going to be able to investigate. Yeah. Okay, well that's fine. We'll just move on. So we've already gone through this room. Now there's got to be some stuff in the librarian's quarters that I can check out. There we go, the librarian's armchairs. A sea-colored, star-ornamented armchair. It's possible that I've checked this out before, but because I don't remember it, I'm not going to go. Is there any dependable way to get beeswax instead of honey? I want beeswax to make candles, but I've got shelves of honey. That's funny, because you actually have the opposite problem I do, which was I was wanting more honey than beeswax. Although I will start making candles. None that I've been able to find, Hamswitch, but I've actually, if anything, I've been looking the other way around, so I don't want to rule it out as a possibility either. But so far as I can tell, there doesn't... I haven't seen a clear pattern in terms of skills or elements of the soul, and I haven't gone into the game's internals to find that out. Okay, back to my book search. So this isn't going to be my my final or anything even remotely close to the final version. This is really just getting, how do I put it? Like I'm trying to put a few things to, actually here we go. We can put a seventh voice beside Humors of a Gentleman. I'm mostly just trying to put together something resembling an order to the library. Okay, according to consistent tradition, this is the most comfortable chair in the entire house. But is it the most consistent... is it the most comfortable footstool? We will find out in just a second. A cross-dimensional interplanetary loan program. I wouldn't say no to that, actually. There's one small gripe I have with the way that it's set up, and I'm genuinely torn about this. So, keeping in mind that the game is different from how it was first released, but one thing that I've tried to keep with me through playing the game. Is that it's a unique experience. It's something that, you know, maybe you won't be the only person in the world to have it, but essentially you won't, you're not necessarily going to play the same game that someone else has, based on either the ending that you get or the, you know, the like legacy that you're working with. This is it. One of the factors that I've tried to kind of keep in mind is that also includes the idea of sorry, again, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. Like, if you So if you get certain books, you're going to have a certain opinion about what happened in the house, or who's right, who's wrong, and so on and so forth. And it is possible to play this game with an image of things that changes depending on what books you get. And of course, I'm at a point now where the only way I'm going to be getting more books is by waiting for Oriflammes, but Oriflammes will only be providing me a book every season, and so it's quite likely that most people who play this game will play the game without reading every single book, or even having the opportunity to read every single book without deliberately delaying the finish. And to a certain extent, I'm falling into the same trap that I think a few different players did, which is to get very worried about the things that I can't see and let that get in the way of enjoying a game which is actually perfectly enjoyable as its own ride, without having to put a lot of emphasis or pressure on getting a particular outcome. But with that in mind, like I can also see the appeal of wanting to basically just see everything that there is. So this is the drawback that I'm sort of running into right now, which is I have things that I want to achieve. I have things that I would like to see. But I know I'm either going to need to wait quite some time before I'm going to be able to see all of those, or I'm going to have to pick a moment where I say, all right, this is where I'm sort of invoking some kind of closure and saying, there will be no more information on. For this run, at least. And sorry, I wanted to try and organize the library while the timer was running, but I found a couple of things that I wanted to organize. Like I said, this is definitely not the last version of the library as I want to make it. If anything, I've actually created some gaps in the overall setup, but I definitely know I haven't accounted for all the books in that series that I wanted. All right, put your, the librarian's footstool, a sea-colored star-ornamented footstool. Put your feet up, the house is yours. Your work may not be done, but you've earned a rest. Okay. I'll do some proper library organization once I've investigated all the rooms. Right now, this is just some preliminary work. Watering can? Nope. Pale bust, I'm guessing no. Glasses. Timepiece. Well, God's Return we should be able to... Yeah, okay, let's go for it. Investigate the object. Okay, back to the library. Okay. There it is, Ambrosial. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might say pioneering, or indeed buccaneering, essays into kitchen craft. So it's actually rather good that I do have the Shaft available here. Maybe we will just use that to read after all. So we can combine that with Bells and Braziers. We will add the... It just needs 8, so we should already be good. Forge the Kindled Flame. I can master this mystery, enough forge to match Mystery Forge. I'm sure a couple of you may have already detected some of the choices I'm making in terms of organizing the shelves. Okay, The Gods Return, a green shoot splits a rock, signed Nina Lagasse. No other details. Interesting. So I'm curious about some of these items on the shelves. So we've got the Twinned Fish Stone. Sadly, that cannot look for something with the malady. Okay, same story there. This came with the room. Okay, that also wants attention. All right, so that's it for the librarian's quarters. When the Curie of the Isle acquired the deed to the abandoned De Wolf State, Ambrose Westcott became the first librarian and had this cozy nook constructed above the north wing to fit his preferences. His successor, Kitty, preferred the room next door. She lamented that the reek of Westcott's pipe remained long after his death, and her successor, Solomon Husher, preferred the Long Tower for his own chilly reasons, but most librarians have enjoyed the peace of the sea view. So we already went through the Hall of Division, and we're on to the chapter house. Now I'm expecting that all of this stuff is going to want an element of the soul, or it's going to expire. So light the candle, this will consume it. I'm not ready to do that. So let's take a look at White Matilda. In 1903, twin infant girls were admitted to the care of the sisters here. Both were named Matilda. In 1127, the elder of the two became abbess. Okay, that doesn't work either, so we will move up. This is the last of the main rooms, the solarium. And we've got the restful seat. Investigate the object. Okay. There should be at least one more. There we go. A dawn-colored seat for a solar congregation. Sit in serenity. Let's go for the 9-wing clock. Okay, no luck there. We'll try the plant next. Maybe. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. That doesn't really help what I was looking to do, but there's a few competing priorities that I've got here in the sense of I would like to... so right now I'm actually out one in terms of the overall distribution of books. I don't think I'm going to be able to put the collected Hush House lectures all in one spot, although that may not be quite a disaster. It'd be nice to be able to put it beside the Radical Measure, but then I would need to find new places for the Rose of Nuriel, Hypatia, and Woznai. And I don't know if I have any of Dr. Peel's other works. Although I should make a decision what I want to do with the Whist. I could try and make Solomon's Preparation, but to what end? So... So I think I already investigated the Hush House key, but maybe the basket of clean linen? Okay, Paradise Palm and Unquenchable Vitality. Once these grew only on one tiny island on the other side of the world. That's Empire for you. So, if I consider this... Yeah, we'll investigate the basket of clean linen. And that would cover everything that I'm ready to do in the Keeper's Lodge. I'll mess around with flowers, I'll mess around with candles and all of that once I sort of know I have more than one, but I'm gonna save that for later just because in those cases I'd maybe like to actually use the memory that results rather than just annihilate a bunch of different objects in the house. Okay. I'm guessing, yeah, there's definitely not room there. So I'm thinking just if I find one of the wider books, if I'm able to replace that... Maybe. Oh, there we go. It's a start anyway. Okay, a basket of clean linen, a light nighttime luxury. I can use this to ensure a good night's sleep. If you have no beverages available to cure maladies, this will do, though it won't provide any additional power aspects. Okay, back to this upper level. So I'm guessing most of this stuff is going to either be mad at me for being sick, or I'll consume it. So, contemplative seed it is. What else? I think probably some more organized... Well, let's actually see what happens with Ambrosial first. Okay. Ambrose Westcott's inventive, one might say pioneering or indeed buccaneering essays into kitchencraft. Westcott proudly announces his intention to transform cuisine to become an engine of alchemy, a fount of war. Westcott describes the ferocity of fire with the intensity of appetite as, in essence, one essence. The fire's ability to transform and destroy grows when it's offered the correct fuel. So too, he implies, can a sufficiently inspired appetite allow its possessor to consume greatly, strangely, unwisely. So that's 2 spices and savors, a new book for me to shelve, and we got an impulse out of that. Now I'm pretty sure we've already got Ambrosial in the list, but let me just double check that. Amazingly, I do not. So that was a bit unexpected, but I'll live with that. Now, had I been thinking, it would have been nice to put a little bit more into leveling up for tomorrow, but that's fine. I'll have at least my heart, well, I'll have my heart and my shaft available to get the relevant memories. I can sleep on at least one of these as well. And I don't think we have that much that we need to level up spices and savors. Yeah, so, we'll lose some memories, but nothing too dramatic. Let's see what's eligible. So we automatically keep the occult scrap. I guess I'll keep the wistful air, but... Okay, well, here's the other thing that I'm going to do. Let's see if I can find the other Ambrose Westcott books. Okay, contemplative seat. Perch here to meditate on the mysteries of dawn. Light like the ever-burning wheel rolls all our sins away. They fly forgotten as a dream dies at the opening day. And I think that is it for this room. So, the Solarium. This room was once for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesied the victory of the Iron King in the Wars of the Roads, much as it would occur 300 years later. She got the name wrong, though. So I think at this point what I'm going to do is I will renew the Faust. That's going to take some nectar, but we have a skill for that, so I'm not too worried about it. I'll just pour myself a glass of Isle water, and we'll get ready to do that tomorrow morning. Poured out. Okay. Now that was unexpected. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Alright, I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So one thing I will do, this is a little cheaty, but I will actually look at the contemplative... Actually, you know what? I don't need to look at the contemplative seed again. I just need to find something that might give me a touch. Ooh, actually there's a lot of sight, but I bet the comfortable... Well, the comfortable garden chair we know will... We've already seen. So let's try the snug chair. There's the danger that I may not get a touch out of that, but let's give it a try. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So we're leaving the health and the shaft aside. And I think in this case, I do actually want to get something specific from the gull colony. So we're going to keep... we're going to keep harassing them. So let's try sights and sensations. The sea rolls below. But the Whist and the Tryst are free for the various memories that I'll get. The other thing I could do actually would be to talk with Reverend Timothy. I think that's not a bad idea. So I can use the Newman. Yeah, there's a few things I can actually use. Yeah, I think I am going to use Reverend Timothy here. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. And again, I'm not going to worry too much about investigating the rest of the house, so we would be starting with this room, moving up. I think we are good. I think I already took a look at the mirror scope, if memory serves. I don't know if the Choir of Paper gets taken up, but at this point, like I am going to be investigating individual objects as I go through, at least the non-consumables. And then I'll be folding that in with some investigations for the various books, although the books are a little less important right now. Okay, I don't think the Cloudy Day won't help me with spices and savors. I think Against Vitruvius might be an interesting one for me. No. Maybe On the Winding Stair then. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. As an aside, because I have a little bit more freedom now, is there something that somebody was wanting to see in Hush House that I haven't really been covering yet? So Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay. I don't really need to rush in terms of elements of the soul. Sorry, in terms of generating memories. Okay, that did give me the touch that I wanted, so I have one... No, actually, we can use the new... Yeah, we can use the Newman. So the snug chair, a wicker chair with a soft white lap blanket for chilly evenings. Is the blanket bearskin? Polar bear? It might be, but it's softer than one would expect. Okay, so again, one of the reasons why I want to restore my Faust here is that so there's always going to be an excuse to kind of keep using this renewable element of the soul again and again, but essentially my consider verb can be occupied using basically other things that benefit from a non-afflicted element of the soul. And at this point, given the fact that I'm going to be investigating a lot of those objects, it's more useful to me to have something that isn't afflicted than something that is. So in this case, we'll just throw Rites of the Roots at it. Oh, no, we can't do that. Drums and dances then. And cure the malady. So you've supplied enough nectar. And as usual, I keep looking at the library for any specific books. So Anonymous, Apollo Fireweaver, Claude Hirschalt, Little Sophia, Franklin Bancroft. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. I suppose I can be leveling this up right away, so let's start there. So we'll take spices and savors. That's going to be going up to a 4 when the time comes. So there we go. So in practice, if I don't do anything else with the Whist and the Tryst, I just need one memory from Reverend Timothy to get us to the 4th level. None of the existing memories I have will take me over, unfortunately. And we're not worrying about the bees just because I want to use my health towards leveling things up. Okay, let's keep looking at the... okay, so we've got William Harries. That's an interesting one to me because that's a librarian, but... so a lot of these triple knot ones I kind of want to keep together, but again, I kind of need to pick my battles here. Monica Medina, the Karashim Portolan. I can't remember who wrote this, to be honest. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Fireworks manual. Scouts from the Owl's Edge. More sound. I'm wondering if maybe... So, I'll try something that's not Sky next time. Okay, so the regret is the first of what I need for Spices and Savors. So I know by the end of the day I'm going to be able to level up Spices and Savors no matter what. So Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Okay. I'm going to need a bigger shelf. You're kidding me. That doesn't work. Oh, wait, no. That one's also gotta go. Solace doesn't quite help me. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. I'm curious if, again, this is more out of curiosity than expecting people to engage, but does anybody have an idea of why I'm moving the books around the way that I am? I do actually have a specific idea in mind. Oops. It's kind of cheating, but I'll take it. Okay, another revelation. Well, the good news is I've got another opening. Oops. Time, peace, recovery. So we can't rely on that FOSS today, but I'll manage. Okay. It's definitely hard for me to keep kind of to keep everything in mind. I need to... Oh, here we go. It's probably not a bad idea for me to lock in the extra memory. Well, we've got 0.6 seconds, so... Okay, that's another solace. So we will still talk with Reverend Timothy, but at this point I think it's a good idea for me to... get the... impulse. Well, we can get the impulse from Ambrosial, so we'll get an impulse, and I guess I could get another touch. Yeah, so in this case, let's... I don't want to get too clever with this, so I'll just use the Tryst to get the touch from the chair, and then we will use Traveling at Night for the other one. Well, I could have used Traveling at Night or Ambrosial. Doesn't really matter. Okay. So the books I'm looking for right now are all the ones either by or dealing with the DeWolfs. So chronologically, they're not the earliest, but they are the first ones that we see. Oh, here we go. Lady Ava's Repose. Somehow I have opened up more space in the library. I'm actually happy about that, but I guess I'll stick Ambrosial in here. Okay. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just go and grab all of the DeWolf texts. I'm actually going to do this from the very start, I think. So we'll start in the reading room again. So Locksmith's Dream 1 through 5, no big deal there. Traveling at Night 1 through 3, Perugian Diaries, Just Verse, and The Radical Measure can all credibly be called Christopher Lopoli works. The Roses aren't, but we need to find some place to put them. Orchid Transfigurations belong as a set. Same with Amethyst, Amethyst at Imago and Deoris, but you know I have to draw the line somewhere, right? So Introduction to the Histories, Morphe Codex, Almanac of Entrances, Seven Shards, Chandler's Wish. Oh, there's Musgrave Sketches, so that's another one. De Motu Corporum Veditorum. Abelard Hubris is not not one of the figures I'm looking for. Okay, Traveling at Night Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. Lopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. Okay, so we'll use the health to level up spices and savors. There we go. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. Improve this skill to level 4. Yeah, so the first thing I'm doing here is just collecting all of the DeWolf texts. Okay, Velvet by Kitling's Friend, Queens in the Rivers, Karashim Portalan. But yeah, so not every single one of these says who the author is, but essentially the Barons of Brandkrug are sort of the first thing that we're introduced to. So the first collection I wanted to make was everything related to the baronial period. Okay. I suppose I should preserve some kind of a memory. I guess we'll preserve the Wistful Air again. Although I don't quite have the same reason for doing so. And, yeah. Lemmy and Ernestine... Oh! I think Ernestine Peterhans should count. She's someone from that time, at least. got a sunny day. So there's a lot for me to get through today. In fact, you know what? I'm going to try something a little different here. What if I dedicated this entire shelf to the dwarfs? World Despoiled is Gideon's work, as is Etery After. Okay, so I've got one orphan book right now, but okay, that's a start. I believe there will still be more text for us to organize, but at least I only have one orphan. And presumably... Oh, nope. Okay, let's just finish the rest of these. Alexander Probst, the Mistress Redflower. Nope. Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Wayne Scott. There's a Blake. John Schaller. The Town of Regensburg, which would predate the DeWolfs. Another little Sophia work. Okay, so this is, at the very least, the reading room. I've got all of the DeWolf texts from the reading room, which is a good start. How are you doing, Be Freefuls? Now, the one drawback here, the reason why I haven't been pushing any further with the time is that I've got all of these elements of the soul that are going to be wasted if I don't make some decisions in terms of where I put things, or like in terms of my in terms of trying to get specific results. So what I'm going to do here is I'll take care of my existing rooms here, and then I'm going to make some choices in terms of I'm trying to think like what's the best way for me to. Oh, here we go. 108. Trying to think what the best way for me to work out how to read everything, for lack of a better. Okay. Just about to go home. I guess you must be at work. Either way, I'm glad you're doing all right. Okay, Obliviate Adept, Signifer, Julian Cosley. That's going to be a complicated one because I'm keeping the Newman books elsewhere. Okay, another Ernestine Peterhans. So we can put Gospel of Zacchaeus elsewhere. Hush House Gardener during Musgrave's time counts. There's a Blake is Curia period. Okay, so this gives me a start. I'll say these ones are the Baron adjacent works. I wonder if I can sneak these. Oh, I can. Beautiful. So left-hand side, this is the Geminiad, so we don't need to worry about that. There's Gideon. 2 wombs, 1 heart. This one might count. I didn't really think about... I mean, there's a whole other set that I wanted for those, but this is the challenge. There's so many overlaps that... it's hard. Like, it's hard to come up with like a definitive ordering. So even here, I need to clear out even more space. How do I even make this work? I'm curious if I'm going to be able to fit these. That was worth a shot. Okay. The thing is, I'm not too upset with having to move these because I was going to at some point anyway. It's just trying to move it now is a little inconvenient. This looks so bad, but I'll take it. Excuse me. Okay, we're closing in. Letters to My Successor is a nocturnal era. Excuse me. Okay, we might actually be getting somewhere here. At this point, I'm gonna leave it to the DeWolfs and then take it from there. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here all night. This is a tricky one because I think some of this might have something to do with Red William. I remember there was definitely one that talked about Red William, which I would want to put in the... I might actually just read it so that I can be sure. Okay, so we've got the overflow. Annals of St. Brendan's is definitely not. Okay, I think I should feel okay about where we're at now. And I think I might actually... Oop. I think I have a new system for the DeWolf texts, now that I think of it. So let's say we've got all the Allopoly works. Well, no, hang on. Let's... Is there room for another book? Okay, there is. That makes it inconvenient, because I don't think there is a 4 set. I don't really want to waste this much space. But here's what I'm going to do. So the first batch after I've got all the collections. And again, what I'm defining as a collection is pretty arbitrary. In fact, one thing I could do is take the Geminiad and put that here. So let's start with that, actually. And then we'll also put the roses in place. So this one's kind of weird because it's a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot. So like maybe that should be going with the Sisterhood of the Knot stuff. But there's nothing saying that I can't change this after the fact. Okay. So I think that's all the collections. And again, the ordering here is really just for my benefit. So if I can, like, we do kind of care about the ordering, right? So we have Hendrik, Thomas, Walter, Gideon, Musgrave. No, sorry, it's Walter, then Musgrave, then Gideon, then Ava, and Valentine. The Valentine would be at the end. Brian's third, so I'll put him there. Yeah, this is going to be an adventure to make sense of. Thomas definitely goes. Brian DeWolf's son. No, son of. There we go. Gideon's got a couple to his name there. Okay, almost making sense. Okay, so we've got something on Henry VIII. We've got Thomas. We've got Walter. We've got Brian. Musgrave, Gideon. It's a bunch of Ava, Valentine, Ava. And then we've got the connect. So again, I'm definitely feeling like I've got some gaps. But yeah, here's what we'll do. So we'll do Pale Lady and Prince of Wines, maybe. Okay, no, 108 first, because that's actually by Ava. We'll do Pale Lady and Prince of Wines. Lady Ava's Repose. Etery after, crossing to noon. Okay. True History of Valentine DeWolf, Black Nephrite, Republic of Teeth. Bancroft Diaries kind of goes around here just because it's, you know, the connection in terms of, where is it, Pale Lady and Prince of Wines. And then we add Three Flowers Hath the Tree, The Shadow in the Stair, and The Beekeeper's Ends, because those are related to the DeWolfs. And then the rest of these, we don't quite know what we're doing with them yet, but I do want to... There, good enough. All right. Oh. It's a little I want to at least make the shelves look somewhat credible. So, here's the first thing I'm going to do. Let's try and verify the contents of the Red Book of Brittany and the Black Book of Brittany. So we'll use Trist for that because we don't give too... Wait a minute. I can read that at a desk. I don't give up too much to look at that. So Rose back again. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Again, I do want to try and get something from the seagulls. So we're going to try something a little different here. This will accept Rose, Scale, and Sky. So we're going to add the Faust. In this case, I'm going to add horns and ivories for the Scale. So the sea rolls below, and I want to see if Scale gives me something different. This is partly to answer the honey question from earlier. So if we find that we get a consistently different answer, so a lot of the Sky stuff that I was doing was giving me a sound. So in this case here, I'm going to see if maybe Scale will give me an egg, let's say. I don't think it works that way, but I haven't really formally tested. So this is now a point where I am going to formally test this sort of stuff. And you know what? I'm also going to read the Black Book of Brittany. And what else? I think now I start considering things. So, can I consider the Quire of Paper? Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And I'll just double check yes. So we're not exactly storming out the gates with the most exciting choices here, but it's just so I can finish off the remaining rooms. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So after the DeWolfs, I need to decide, do I want to make a collection of various librarians' texts, or do I want to try and, do I want to try something else, like maybe combine the different, like some of the Solar Era stuff right next to it. Creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. How much exactly is a Quire? Enough, that's how much. And actually, it did occur to me I can make a little bit of money at the Sweet Bones. I'm not doing anything with the Whist right now, so we'll just cycle it in and out like I normally do. We should... So I wanted to preserve the Foss, so I guess in this case I'm using the health for considerations. There's nothing else for me to check out inside of this area here. We already looked at the mirror scope. So I suppose it's just the Deerday lens. Now I may wind up using this up. So activate this, this will use it up, nothing will remain. But I'm okay with that because we have more than one, so... Okay, the Red Book of Brittany, a volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman Conquest. The red flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree are constant. The red flower is described as the temptation of suffering, but its suffering can apparently be allayed when the copper fruit is spelled with nectar aspect along herbs and infusion techniques. A variant of the same approach, with inks of power techniques outlined here, can gentle Lethe into a great ink. Volume of ink lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman Conquest. The black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flower, spoken of as doom or geese, can be held at bay with the last ink of power, brewed from the pale mixture in the presence of sufficient winter and the arts of containment. So, that tells me I was wrong on the book about Red William. I remember it was one that gave us a fear. Actually, with that in mind, I should be able to find it in my spreadsheet. Well, if that's true, none of those titles jump out at me, so maybe I've already got the Red William text. I think I'll leave it there for exploring items. I know it's a little bit of a slow start for that, but I'm going to leave the Faust to see what we can find out about the... What did I learn? Regret. Regret for breaking the Deer Day lens. Oh wait, sorry, we have one more after I get my whist back for making some money. Okay, that also got me sound, so it would seem like it's a safe bet to say that the skill doesn't really mean anything. We'll do preliminal meter for the rose, but I think we got our answer here. Okay, so we're not that far off from having a visitor. Once I get my element of the soul back, I guess we move on to... Yeah, we've already checked these out. So the parchment, I have to imagine that the year tally would be consumed. Yeah, there's a couple of things that we can check out here, but we've actually done a pretty good job of cleaning the rest out. There'll be busts to check out here, and I seem to recall we probably checked out Sister and Abbot Thomas already. Maybe we'll just take care of these once more so we can say that we know for sure. Yeah, again, I'm not expecting... Well, there's actually going to be quite a bit in the dispensary. I don't need to get too far ahead of myself, though, so... Okay, so we said nothing down here. We've already cleared out this area. Yeah, so we'll see if the Nevine parchment gets consumed. Okay. I'm also curious about the perniculate, whether or not... Yeah, definitely don't want to eat that. Right, to investigate the object. And that kind of does it for the day. That's the one drawback about not having the fatigued or the afflicted element of the soul. Given that I have so few, I do kind of wind up shorting myself on... Ah, here we go. Gull's egg. At Brandkrug, even the hours are kind, and the years are kinder. This egg might stay viable quite a while yet. So... I'm going to try something with Tuppence and Terence tomorrow. That's exactly what I was looking for. So what I'm going to do here, tomorrow I'm going to use my Faust with preliminal meter again, just to see if I can repeat it. Okay. Nevine parchment, pale as the first wisp of mountain cloud. What animal gave it skin to make this parchment? Something colorless as glass and snow, something bleached and wrung and purer than silence. So yeah, if it turns out that preliminal meter winds up getting me eggs, that's great. I am going to mess around with Tuppence and Terence first, and then we will, yeah, we'll kind of take it from there. I suppose for the rest of the night we can work out the next steps. So yeah, you know what? Let's start focusing on the solar period. Okay, so Abbot Thomas... So like something like this, the amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Red Flower into the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the Wars of the Roads, but are described as now debased. So there's a side of me, and you know what? I'm not going to bother trying to preserve the Wistful Air through night. We can worry about that on our own. There is something of an argument, like when I take stuff like Old Copper Nose and the Softer Metal, like there are definitely arguments that I should be taking like books like these and putting them together in terms of subjects. Like the connection to the DeWolfs is definitely not as strong as some of the other factors here. But like I said, this is right now an effort to, I guess Natan of Regensburg would be close enough to the Solar Gothic period. But yeah, essentially I'm putting the start of a new organization scheme. It doesn't have to be set in stone. I think it's the last day of summer. Okay, so I have a few things that I want to do. First of all, let's we're going to try the same trick with the seagulls per the millimeter. I'm going to take a quick look at Terence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Inspect this beast. Oh, it can be more rewarding to talk with the beast, though. That's right. Have a soul card to interact with the beast. Time with the beastie. Offer the beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. I expect that the mark will be consumed if I... Yeah, investigate the mark. Nothing will remain. Not quite ready to do that. I think the same will be true with sand. Yeah. And this, I believe, was wall art, so it shouldn't require... Yeah, we're good there. Okay, so yes, I'm going to investigate the hurricane lamp, and then we'll start taking a look at some busts. I'm also going to go searching for Solar Gothic texts. Unimpeachably sturdy. All right, back to busts. Okay, let's start with Abbot Jeffrey. And again, I think we read this. I think we checked this one out already, but I'm okay. I'm okay, kind of stepping through the day's work. And I think I'm going to change my priorities. So I'm going to do help with letters, but I'm actually going to start renewing more elements of the soul. So basically I get 3 renewals every time I earn some money at the Sweet Bones. I'm going to start doing that a little bit more often, just so that I can extend the considerations that I do. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Okay, so we got a hen's egg for that. So here's the thing that I really wanted to test with the chicken. Okay, so resentful Terrence. Cluck, cluck. So if I talk with Terrence, Terrence would like... Yeah, so this is the drawback, right? Like, if I want to get a hen's egg, I'm going to have to feed it either an egg or remains. So that gives me a reason to keep using the tryst at Crowcross Sands to try and get the mackerel. But essentially, what I was trying to figure out was, is there a way that I could reliably get eggs in terms of sustenance? Oh, no, hang on, my bad. It can't be an egg or remains. Is that the same for the tortoise? I hope I didn't mess this up. Okay, no, this is good actually. Okay, so I actually have a game plan. Let's go. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Oh, I do have a sack of vegetables. Okay, well, I will feed the chicken in just a minute. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Okay, I'm going to wait a little bit. My inventory is getting a bit full. I wonder, can I sneak you into one of the... Oh, you know what? Oh, nuts! Yeah, I'll cheat for a little bit. I gotta work out a better system here. Actually, there should be... Yeah, Annals of St. Brendan's. Okay. Ketling Wright doesn't belong there. But we can take the Annals of St. Brendan's. Okay, that's a start at least. There we go. It's a start. And we'll restore... Basically, I'll restore the Whist after this. But like I said, so the idea is I want to... Every time I make money at the Sweet Bones, that's equivalent to restoring 3 elements of the soul, so I'm net 2. And what that's going to do is that's going to allow me to use my elements of the soul over the course of the entire day. Okay. We also verified that Rose is no guarantee of eggs. So I'm also going to start using some of the simpler stuff. All right. So in terms of the rest of the day's priorities, I want to, again, where I can, I want to investigate some items. Right now, this was just a little bit about learning some of the loops that's going to make sure that I can sort of sustainably renew my my various pets. So if I need meat, the chickens are good for that. And then the chickens eat vegetables. So provided it's the right time of year, I should be able to get eggs for things like the tortoise, and then for the chickens, we should be able to get food from the garden. But again, our main focus is not getting food. It's just I wanted to do this to be able to make the rest of my my animals happy. Right now, the constraint is on elements of the soul, but we'll be recovering momentarily. Better now. Okay. So again, I get basically I get 3 elements of the soul every time I work the sweet bones. So first thing we'll do is restore Terrence. It's a soul card and suitable sustenance. Satisfy this creature's appetite. I do really like the impatient animals. So next we will take care of our hungry relic, Quarrelsome, until it feeds again. Oh boy, another awakened feather. I believe this is the second of the 3. So I should be able to get one more and be able to do something with it before the end of the day. So it does mean it's a little more important for me to make sure that I get working on the Sweet Bones cycle a bit faster. Okay, Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. A full belly makes a helpful friend. The beastie is now inclined to cooperate. Okay, now before I go too much further, let's make sure that all of the animals are happy, and that includes my relic friend here. Calm down. Feed the beastie. Satisfy the creature's appetite. And that's basically the smarten up, you gotta get stuff done sound. So essentially, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to prioritize feeding the hungry relic first. What I can do so once we recover this at the Sweet Bones, I can use this to check out another bust. And then that's only going to take 30 seconds, so I sort of know that I have... Well, I mean, realistically, as long as the sun's up, I know I can complete an action before the end of the day, but it's just kind of a question of knowing what I can do and how much time I have to perform certain actions. So again, today was a little lumpy in terms of figuring out how things go, but I've got a little bit of a loop planned. And again, at some point I should probably figure out how I'm going to wind up reading the books. That's one thing I haven't quite worked out, but I don't know, I'll try and get the reading room taken care of first, and then maybe we'll move on to phase 2. A full belly makes a helpful friend. Living relic, few of these have been seen in the world under this sun. Okay. So I believe Lady de Braus and the Rowena statue, yeah, those we would have already covered with the afflicted element of the soul. Sister, on the other hand, investigate the object. Now, one thing that's funny about the living relic is I've gotten Houndsgalling from it, but I haven't actually used it, like I haven't interacted with it. This is also true with the tame viper and such. So one thing that I might do is I might actually talk with all of my various animal friends now that I have a somewhat reliable way of making them happy. But like I said, it's all of this is part of just a general plan to go through the house and investigate things. So probably what I'll do there is I'll still follow the vertical plan, and as as we go through, maybe the first thing I'll do is read all the descriptions of the busts first, and then we'll do a second pass on the stair, because that's where most of my animals live. Okay, sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. Before the Suppression Bureau, before the Curia of the Isle, before the DeWolfs, before the Church, the Sisters of the Knot were here. Almost 100 generations have lived and died since this thing was shaped. And I figure I can try and find some more Dawn period. Well, they're not even Dawn period books. They're more Dawn subjects, let's say. Or not Dawn. Solar. I should have ambrosial somewhere. Numa! Okay. I don't really have anything to worry about here. There is actually one thing I would have liked to have done. Actually, you know what? I do have an idea. I want to try like a small version of it first. But here's what I'm gonna do. So basically all bets are off for today. I'm gonna want to take the opportunity to earn Spintria. I'm gonna want to claim as many rare items. We're not gonna play around with any of our animals and such. So let me just organize I'll just get the library properly organized, and then we can move on. So and if I can find ambrosial, I'll make sure that I put that in the right spot. So right now, I think I'm just going to cram these all onto shelves. We'll work out the details later. Okay, now I'm really curious where I put ambrosial. It shouldn't be that hard to find. It's just a single letter with an exclamation mark. I'd be shocked if it was still here. Okay. Oh, right here. Okay, so advice and containment, twin serpent. You know, sometimes it's just fun to play the game. I don't know. Don't know what it is. Don't know how else I can say it. Every time, just... Okay, So let's think about what I want to give up. So it was very easy for me to it was very easy for me to get the Faust back. So we know we just need nectar for that. So I think we'll go to the Sweet Bones. The inn is crowded with numerous heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. Now, the tricky part here is that I kind of want to know what swimming during Numa will give me. The drawback is that also means that I'm potentially giving up the opportunity to get special stuff. So I may be able to get the... Well, okay, then the other argument is like, okay, but do I really need anything extra? Now, if I'm going to be making candles, there is a slight argument for... Okay, no, I think I know how I'm going to do this. So I am going to garden first. So we'll take leaves and thorns. Aglaophotis, the other rose, only in Numa does it bloom. Now, I've never really explored this mechanic before. And I kind of want to be careful that I don't do something stupid. But I would like to explore this possibility of like deconstruct. I think so. I'll show you what I mean. Once upon a time, earlier in the playthrough, let's use spices and savors as an example. So in this season, a memory can sometimes be a mirror, which is to say, among other things, we might consider its shattering, add an element of the soul to learn about an unusual action only available in Numa. So, apparently I can't add Trist here. Why can't I add Trist? Okay. That brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 8 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. For though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. Now this interests me. Okay, so it says forget almost anything. So 8 seems like a lot. 8 seems like more than what I want to give up. So if we go up to 2, it's like, let's say, so if we do this Glazerian lightsmithing, I think in this case it just says you forget everything. You'll get a many-faceted lesson, yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me just double check the wording on that. Okay, you can choose to forget everything you know about this skill. Okay, so here's the reasoning that I'm thinking of here. So based on that description, let's take Stone Stories as an example. This would probably be a bad one because I would need to use health. But in this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror. Oh yeah, well actually I wouldn't be able to do that at all. So Magaphine Mysteries, we'll do the trick here. So in this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror, which is to say, among other things, we might consider its shattering. Add an element of the soul to learn about an unusual action only available in Numa. We take the Trist, that brightness in the mist. Is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learned of this skill, reducing it to level 1. Since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms, you will gain 1 multifaceted lesson, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. Okay, that actually doesn't work in this case. Because in the end, I would just be spending that to get Magaphine Mysteries back up. So at a minimum, it would have to be 3. And this is actually where this gets kind of scary for me. So we'll use the Whist. All right, yeah, so Rhyme and Remembrance is where this gets exciting. So you can choose to forget almost everything you've learned of the skill since you haven't yet committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. You can gain 4 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far, for though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. So what kind of interests me here is this idea that I've spent a certain number of elements of the soul, but the thing is that most of the elements of the soul that I want can be earned out of books. So this is the part where, because I haven't because I haven't really committed a lot to the Tree of Wisdoms and I'm down on elements of the soul, this is really where it hurts in Numa. This is actually arguably the most painful part of the way that I'm playing. So one thing I would want to do ideally is bring back Rhyme and Remembrance. And it's possible there. So like if I'll just kind of, I'll game this out on a notepad. So I've got 4 many-faceted lessons. So I'm going to guess that that's going to be a Rhyme and Remembrance 1. So ideally I want to take that up to level 3 again. So that would take 1 many-faceted lesson plus 1 memory plus an element of the soul. Then we need 1 many-faceted 1 many-faceted memory and 2 memories and an element of the soul. So that brings me back to, that basically brings me equal with Rhyme and Remembrance. And then that would leave me with 2 of those memories to work with. So let's say this would have to be Tryst and Whist. Yeah, and here's the drawback, is I would just have the Faust and the Shapt, and I wouldn't have anything else to level it up. So the funny thing is, if I had more elements of the soul, I see ways in which I could actually use Numa to level up my skills without needing books. The way that I'm set up right now, I either need to give up making money during Numa, or I need to... Oh, sorry, not money. I need to give up making Spintria during Numa, or or some other alternative. But yeah, I think I'm gonna. I'll be a little more boring this time. Let's say. Maybe we'll stick to making some. We'll maybe stick to some crafting today. I love how Numa really pushes the risk and reward. Absolutely. I actually think the breaking up aspect of the skills is a really neat idea. There is a slight argument, like, okay, if I wanted to get a bit gamey about this, and I would be surprised if I'm the first one to say this, but like one way you can really play with this is if you use languages. So if you, like, here's the real way to mess around with it. If you use languages, actually, this might be a way that I do this in future. So if you level up languages, so instead of me like leveling up things to level 9, but instead I made the languages just sort of places to store the memories. So like let's say it was Aracapean that was at level 3. I could break that down to its base level. So in this case, there's absolutely nothing. I lose nothing by doing that. I'm still able to translate works in Aracapean. But what I then get is an opportunity to level up 4 different skills. Now, if you go too high on that, then basically you just wind up losing the skills. And of course, you need to wait for a Numa. So you never know when Numa is going to come. You can always build the Porphyryne to bring it along, but you're still paying for that. So, languages, but the other thing too, right, is if you lose the language, well, you can always get that back from a visitor. So you can almost see languages as like a renewable resource in that case. So like to a certain extent, leveling a language up to 3 and then just dumping it out in Numa is one way you can go about it. Just giving up a language and using that to level up a skill, I suppose, is another way of doing things. But even then, right, like as long as you know where your memories are coming from with books, you can actually use Numa to level up quite a bit in terms of your skills. Now the thing is, again, I'm not really feeling like progress is being halted by a lack of skills. So this is fun to play with, but it would be better if I've already committed some elements of the soul, or I've already committed some things to the Tree of Wisdom, which I haven't done yet. I think probably I'd like to commit languages first, if I'm completely honest. So I'll leave that aside. But yeah, anyways, it's something for me to think about for the future for sure. Now I am slightly curious if I can get special things from the Gull Colony. Oh right, because that's not Sky. Pilgrim's Pass and Numa. Yeah. Let's do some special gathering. You definitely can commit languages. Of course, if you commit languages, then you can't break them up in Numa anymore, but languages count as skills for the purposes of... Actually, it's easier just for me to show you. So, Erikapean is Hushery and Ithistry. Or not Ithistry, Illumination. So, The King and the Key. There is a story told by students of Light that a great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he asked his minister to make 8 copies and distribute them among the people. But sire, the minister said, if a rebel contrives to enter our palace, might they not release their confederates? They might, answered the king, but all kingdoms fall, and one day I might myself seek to release from the... and one day I might myself seek release from that cell. Alternatively, there's... Oh, Hushery's already been occupied, so I can't do Erikapean. I have a feeling I'll probably wind up committing that to Illumination anyway. In fact, I am slightly tempted to do that right now because I'm trying to think of what the other... I guess it's Crack Track is the other Illumination one. So let's... Tongue of the Sky. Crack Track was a gift from the light above the world. When glory touched the first life motes with this language, they entered the waking world. They were illuminated. And Tongue of Earth. Crack Track is the native tongue of the living world. As long as Crack Track is spoken, in cloud shape and hill form, life persists. This is a matter of preservation. I mean, I don't hate the Lantern one, but I can live with Crack Track being another style. I'm trying to remember Ramsund. Okay, Ramsund I'm like 99% sure is Birdsong. You know what? I wrote some of these down. Let me see if I can find them. So the ones that I'm missing would be Kernwick Hennebeck. I remember Kernwick Hennebeck is definitely Bosk, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but I'm like 99% sure it's not Illumination. Oh, Deep Man Dayak is the other one that I don't have. Um, Sorry, there is one more thing I want to check. I put something in my spreadsheet, so just bear with me a second here. The tricky part here, what I'm trying to sort out for myself right now, is I sort of planned out. Um, I kind of worked out a little bit of a plan for committing the elements of the soul, and one of the things that I wanted to do was begin by committing languages, because those were ones that I had less of an argument for, like, leveling up. So with Ericapean, I'm either going to want to make that level 2, and if I'm not going to make that level 2, then I should just commit it to Illumination full stop, right? And I seem to remember putting some notes in my spreadsheet to that effect, but it might be that I put them in my notes instead, so I'm just trying to see if I can find those. I know it's a little boring to look at this right now, just as I'm fumbling through some of my plans here, but because I'm going to be dealing with some lore stuff, I want to make sure that I get this right. So, sorry, I'll be back in just a second while I'm going to give this one more look, and then if I can't figure it out, that's fine. I'll sort that out maybe on my own time, and then I'll explain the decisions later. But if I can, I want to see if I can really if I can make a few sort of final decisions for where I'm putting certain languages. So sorry, I found a promising I know this is a bit of an extended silence. I found a promising section, but like my handwriting is really bad. So I'm just trying to make a little bit of sense, at least in this section. I think I was looking at the monitor while I wrote, so I'm just trying to make a little bit of sense out of this. Okay. So the big challenge that I face is I do want to get some languages. I don't have everything that I need. Like I don't have everything to make sort of final decisions. But yeah, I think based on what I've got here, so Ramsund is birdsong and preservation. Now, I guess that has some implications for Crack Track, but maybe I just don't commit Crack Track right away. Actually, I'm noticing that I... Oh, yeah, no. Okay, I get it now. So I actually put little dot... This makes a hell of a lot more sense. So I actually put little dots beside ones which I knew for sure. Okay, yeah. It's not... This is not going to, like, blow your mind, but we are going to make some commitments here. So, first of all, Ericapean. A language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness revealed through the ecstatic apprehension. Actually, you know what? We'll skip Ericapean for a second just because that's the one I can't do both. But Crack Track was going to go in preservation, so we'll start there. So Crack Track. In the tracks of beasts, in the convulsions of his own carapace, in the egg vein and shell shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. A tongue of sky. Crack Track was the gift from the light above the world. When glory touched the first life motes with this language, they entered the waking world. They were illuminated. And Crack Track is the native tongue of the living world. As long as Crack Track is spoken, in cloud shape and hill form, life persists. This is a matter of preservation. So here we will commit the Crack Track. Now, Ericapean. There is a story told by students of light that a great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he asked his minister to make 8 copies and distribute them among the people. But sire, the minister said, if a rebel contrives to enter our palace, might they not release their confederates? They might, answered the king, but all kingdoms fall, and one day I might myself seek release from that cell. Okay, I'm also going to reorganize the... I guess I'll put the ones that are committed at the end. Now, Fucine is a tough one for me, because if I want to... so, like, here's where my notes don't help me as much. So Fucine basically has Hushery and Ithistry, I think it is. And the drawback here is that the other ones that have Ithistry are Deep Mandaic, although that one I think was going to Horamakistry. Kernwek Henevek, I think, had Ithistry. And the reason I make a comment on that one is... I actually noticed that that has a little dot beside its Ithistry. So if I put Kernwek Henevek in Ithistry, then I would be if I'm displacing Kernwek Henevek, then I would put it in Bosk. So if I wanted to put that in Bosk, then that would mean that Kilisimi, which I think had a note beside Bosk, would then go to Skolakosophy. And Hyksos, I think, also has Skolakosophy. And I suppose I needed to figure out... Well, you know what? Let's see what the text for some of these are. So Kilisimi with... Oh, yes, I remember. So the Carpenter's Tale. There's a prophecy among carpenters. A master of their kind will resolve unwisely that the coffins he shapes are too beautiful to sully with corpses. He will steal trinkets from the dead. He will ask the help of smiths and jewelers. And day and night he will labor to shape something worthy of his work. At last he will tire of his task and offer his breath to the shape in the casket. When it accepts, it will rise from the coffin and pronounce itself king. It will rule by fear, or fear will destroy it. In either case, its maker will have no coffin and no grave, and his name will be lost. Or, The Weaver's Tale. There is a prophecy among weavers of one who will unwisely seek to find the future in a tapestry of her own hair. Her house will grow dark, shrouded in the labyrinths of her tresses. Pilgrims will seek her in the cellar of her house, where she will plead with them to cut her free. They will always fail, and she will always devour them. At last, one will come who will ask instead to stay with her. Others will join them until the house becomes a palace and the palace a city below the world, where all are welcome in the tapestry, all truths are revealed. So I do have a slight preference for the Bosky one, but that would mean that Bosk then goes to Ithistry. And again, if we displace that, then Fusine either needs to go to Hushery, which means I level it up. So something needs to be leveled up, essentially. So what about the rest of these? So Sabazine, I think, is Birdsong and Horomachistry. And I believe I already said Deepman Dyack was going to go to Horomachistry, so Sabazine likely goes to Birdsong, but then that invites the question as to where Ramson goes, because that has Preservation in Birdsong. Vac is Birdsong and Nyctodromy. Well, you know what? Before we commit some stuff, let's actually just see what the text for the ones that I have both options for. So Sabazine, there's a story told by fisher folk about a city of amber and orichalcum that lies behind the waves. Those who eat of its fruits can breathe water and drink light, but they can never drink anything else afterwards. Only in another history, they say, but if you tie your nets right, you might just catch one of its citizens in this history, and they might just tell you the way. And then the Sailor's Tale. There's a story told by sailors about a city of ivory and iron across the sea. Those who come there never die, but those who leave again have never lived. Only in another history, they say, but if you rig your sails right, you might just catch the wind that takes you there in this one. So I guess I have a weak preference for Nyctodromy on that one, but not enough to completely upend a playthrough. You know what, I'm just gonna leave that aside. Vac. Okay, let's see where Vac goes. An opportunity, something not commonly understood. Were there no Calyptra to conceal perilous knowledge, there would be no Vac. A door opens both ways. This is understood by scholars of the arts unregarded. And an arrangement, something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac in this sense, and perhaps every sense, Calyptra's servant. This is known to scholars of the night arts. So I suppose one way I can resolve some of this is just to see what's my alternative. So Hyksos is my other Nyctodromy. So the Watchmen, the veterans of the Legion de Sul who guard the boundaries of the waking world, tell stories of the labyrinths under the Mansus, above the wood and inside the moon, where the first fallen hours sleep or hide or rot, the gods from stone. Why the labyrinths? Because the legionnaires say there are hours ruling now who would not fight to consume the last scraps of their old enemies, and those who feast would eclipse those who abstain. The legionnaires have been known to boast that if they were only offered a great enough prize, they could guide the hungry hours to their feast. And the dartsmen, the assassins of, and this is Skolakosophy, which, did I work out which one of the Skolakosophies I was? Hang on. Okay, the assassins of the Traguleri, who end the long lives of Long, tell stories of the wars between the hours in the dawn of the world, when the sun was red and low. Wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled the light of moon and sun. Wars where dreams burned on pyres, where Long were the fuel. All this ended, the Traguleri say, once the worms came, and the hours had a common enemy, and so the Traguleri fear worms, hate worms, and make offerings to worms. Ah, yeah, I remember. This one was hard, not because I was trying to decide what... it wasn't difficult because I was trying to decide what element of the soul I wanted. It was hard because I was trying to decide which of the descriptions worked better for me. So I'm actually gonna make a couple handwritten notes here. So we've Committed Crack Track. Committed Ericapean. I'm just going to draft something really simple here. Okay, so Deep Mandayak would go into Horamakastri off of that. Okay, so the last thing that I kind of want to work out here, so I'm not going to commit the Kilisimi yet. The Hyksos, let me just take a look here. It's Nyctodromi or Skolokosophy. Okay, I might be willing to commit the Hyksos to Skolokosophy. Vac takes Birdsong or Nyctodromi. Okay. And then the Sabazine I might need to hold off on. But let's see. Okay, so something not commonly understood without Vac. The exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law of Vac in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. This is known to scholars of the night arts. Or something not commonly understood. Were there no Calyptra to conceal perilous knowledge, there could be no Vac. A door opens both ways. This is understood by scholars of the arts unregarded. I am okay with the arrangement, and if I double check, Nyctodromi is not something that is in any of the others. So really it just kind of comes down to Hyksos. So option number 1, the Watchmen, the veterans of the Legion de Sul who guard the boundaries of the waking world, tell stories of the labyrinths under the Mansis, above the wood and inside the moon, where the first fallen hours sleep or hide or rot, the gods from stone. Why the labyrinths? Because the Legionnaires say there are hours ruling now who would fight to consume the last scraps of their old enemies, and those who feast would eclipse those who abstain. The Legionnaires have been known to boast that if they were only offered a great enough prize, they could guide the hungry hours to their feast. Or the Dartsmen, the assassins of the Trigularii, who end the long lives of Long, tell stories of the wars between the hours and the dawn of the world, where the sun was red and low, Wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled the light of the moon and sun. Wars where dreams burned on pyres where long were the fuel. All this ended, the Tragularii say, once the worms came and the hours had a common enemy. So the Tragularii fear the worms, hate worms, and make offerings to worms. I think I am willing to commit Hyksos there, which tells me that Vac... Okay, yeah. So Hyksos goes in here. Vac goes in here. So I think I'm just short metal. So Crack Track, Ericapean, Vac, and Hyksos. Those are the committed ones. Does each path tell us a story, or does the story change depending on what skills you dedicate? So it changes. There will always be two branches that you can put something in on. So my best example here would be, let's take weaving and not working. So if you put it into level 1, so you've got what endures, level 2, still what endures, but if you move it to birdsong, what remains. So definitely there are different responses based on what branch you commit it to, but it doesn't depend what level you commit it to. So the reason why I'm not committing some of these other ones basically comes down to wanting to leave the options open. So the ones that I don't have yet, Deep Mandaic will take Horomachistry and Ithistry, so I don't want to commit anything to either of those two. Kernwek Henevek has Bosk and Ithistry, so I don't want to commit something to either of those. Ramsund is Birdsong and Preservation, so I kind of already messed that up by the fact that I committed Crack Track to Preservation. But I forgot about that, and I only saw my note too late. But honestly, like out of what I've got here, so the Elements of the Soul... There are not... The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. So we've got Fast, Shapt, Trist, Whist, Health, Arab, Fet, Core, and then Metal is the last one. We will get that as soon as we get Deep Mandaic. So I've got more than I thought I was going to have at this point, let's say. Now I think that actually changes my calculation too in terms of what I was going to do with Magaphine Mysteries. Or no, sorry, Rhymes and Remembrance. Because the original problem was the number of elements of the soul that I would need to commit to... Actually, sorry, there is one more thing I want to check out. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 16. Okay, 9, 18, 27, 36. Sorry, 45, 54... I think that's 57 skills in total. And I can't remember how many... So if I'm counting correctly, that's 81 different... Oh, wow, yeah, there's no way you can get to the end of all of them. I suppose you don't have to get to the end of all of them is the point. But yeah, there would be 81 different slots to go into, split among 57 different skills. So I'm probably going to need to decide which ones I want to really prioritize. I mean, again, I don't know if there's any reward that you get for going down the path to level 9, but I may want to... I may want to consider just how far I want to like how far do I want to go down the path? Like, do I want to kind of go broad, or do I want to? And I'm sorry, I just lost my phone. There we go. But yeah, if I wanted to commit the full, sorry, if I wanted to go down the maximum path, I guess that would be 6 that I could go through for 9. But yeah, then there's a problem with that because I wouldn't have. Okay, so let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that would leave me 3 more. No. Okay, that makes sense. So I could go all the way down a path for 6 of them and then just be at the root for 3 more. So that's not as big of a deal. Okay, I don't think I need to like stress out too much about the paths for committing in terms of going through. I definitely want to take illumination down to its to its maximum value. I think that kind of goes without saying. Although there's multiple ways of doing that, right? Like I could basically go down illumination, hop into hushery for a couple of levels, or even like go down Nyctodromy, hop to hushery, move up, hop to winter. Yeah, so actually I've already committed to Nyctodromy, but I suppose the lazy path to all of this would be Nyctodromy to 4, however I do that, hop up to hushery, hop up to illumination, and then I just need the 3. The other thing about this is as soon as I get... So the other thing that's nice about this is that nothing's been committed to level 2. So if I get Glacier and Lightsmithing, Wolf Stories, I can't remember. I think it was Pearl and Tide and the Leaves and Thorns or whatever to level level 2, then I actually get to see which of the text I prefer on a lot of these. Actually, that gets me thinking. Okay, let me go back to that. Let me go back to that earlier decision in terms of breaking Rhyme and Remembrance. So if I break Rhyme and Remembrance, let's say we use the Tryst for that. So I get 4. So to go from 1 to 2, that takes an element of the soul. So we'll say Whist. Plus to memory. 2 to 3 is element of the soul, Whist, 2 memory. That's a total of 5 elements of the soul. Yeah. I mean, I can still net out... I can actually still net out a positive on this. In the sense that I could use one of those to level up. Well, yeah, actually, it's also remembering I do have the old wounds and such still. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to need to sit down and properly think this through. Okay, so we break it with the Tryst. Seven elements of the soul. So, Rhyme and Remembrance plus Whist plus Old Wound should do the trick in this case. That's 1 to 2. 6 elements of the soul left. Rhyme and Remembrance plus Whist. The Occult Scrap doesn't help in that case. Noombroom might. Let's just say I use 2 elements of the soul to get the memory. So I'll just go, we'll say the 2 Whists are accounted for here. So that takes us from 2 to 3. So that leaves me with 4 elements of the soul. Now the next priority would be to try and get 2 things to... Oh, this is actually looking kind of promising. So let's say it's like Glaciary and Lightsmithing and Wolf Stories. Again, just for the sake of the argument. And maybe I would even want to prioritize the Lantern stuff. So in that case, we'd be going from 1 to 2. So that would be 1 memory. Yeah, for each of those, we'd be going for 1 memory. So as long as I had the element of the soul that was relevant. So in this case, like Glacier and Lightsmithing, I would need to make sure I left the Faust set aside. And then the thing that's nice about Pearl and Tide is I could actually use that with the Occult Scrap. And then I wouldn't need to use up an element of the soul. Oh, this is actually looking like a really good idea now. So the last question about this is there a fancy way that I can get this... Leaves and Thorns uses an Arab of all things. Oh my god. Okay. So again, I apologize for the time that this is taking, but this is absolutely something that requires precision. So, restore Rhyme and Remembrance. The only catch here is I don't have something that uses the Occult Scrap. That makes me feel wasteful. But I also, none of these fit this description, so I shouldn't feel too bad about it. Transformations and Liberations? No, because it's a Forge thing. I'm just trying to see if there's Knock, Moth, and Rose. Because technically any of these 3 will do. Okay, so let's let me make sure that I've got my ducks in a row for this one. So the way that we're going to plan this out: Trist breaks Rhyme and Remembrance. So then we use Rhyme and Remembrance, one of the memories, and the Old Wound to go from 1 to 2. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. That's... Yeah, so that's 7 elements of the soul. 6 after we use one of the Whist. Then we take Rhyme and Remembrance, a Whist. Technically 2 memories, although I may use the Noombroom. I still need to think about that. To go from 2 to 3. So that leaves me with 4 elements of the soul. At that point, we take Glaciary and Lightsmithing plus Faust plus 1 memory. So that's 2 elements of the soul. At which point, it's Leaves and Thorns plus Arab plus 1 memory. No elements of the soul left. Cool. We are ready to move on this. So since getting more aspects essentially means being able to get more done each day, what influences your process for when to pursue an aspect and which ones to pursue? So, I mean, basically, I didn't commit anything because I wanted to see how far I could get in the house without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. But now that I've opened up the whole house, and I'm also in a point where I'm missing out on very little by committing the languages to those different sections. Really, essentially what's making me commit stuff right now is knowing whether or not I'm going to be able to decide to commit something down one path or another. So this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to level up Glazerian, Lightsmithing, Wolf Stories, Leaves and Thorns, and Pearl and Tide right now. Because that sort of preserves the option. And essentially what I'm doing here is I'm getting the ability to level up without paying for it, basically. The other thing I should consider is to catalog a bunch of memories, but I'm going to skip the urge to do that because we'll be here all night if I do that. So the main one for me actually is I do like selecting branches that have descriptions that I really like, but that's not the only consideration. I definitely consider what elements of the soul that I need. So for instance, you'll notice here that I do now have all but metal, and I have a plan for metal as soon as I'm able to talk to the relevant individual. And what else? I do have a slight preference in terms of the arts that I think are interesting. So they're largely character reasons, but not exclusively. Like I will absolutely refuse to commit things that have implications I'm uncomfortable with. Okay. That brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill. Since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms, you'll gain 4 many-faceted lessons, 1 fewer than you spent to get this far. For though much abides, something is always taken. Many-faceted lessons can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. Let's see how this goes. Okay, 30 seconds. I also want to be conscious of how long I have in the day. And I think I'm going to commit the Noombroom. So let's make my plans even more concrete. So okay, so for a bittersweet certainty... Okay, so one of the things I'm trying to work out here is I'm trying to idiot-proof the upgrades. So if I get a bittersweet certainty to upgrade Rhyme and Remembrance, that has Winter, but that also has Lantern, so I can use that to boost Glazerian Lightsmithing. So Glazerian Lightsmithing, I just need 1 memory. Now, unfortunately, I don't think there's any Lantern and Nectar or Lantern and Grail text. So that one, Revelation, let's say. Okay. So with that in mind... We'll read Musgrave's sketches for the bittersweet certainty. I think I'll read Wrapped in the King. Ooh. That won't work. I'll read Wrapped in the King for the Nectar. It doesn't matter because it's Pneuma, so the persistent stuff's going to go away anyway. And I think I'm going to hang on to the core for a second. I don't think it's a showstopper to wait on some of this. Oh, beautiful. I didn't realize that we get... No, that doesn't make sense. We definitely should not have gotten this weather. But that does actually push... That actually makes me really happy I went for the Bittersweet Certainty. And it turns out... So unfortunately I didn't get to read the event again. But... The stars move still, time runs, the clock will strike. The incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. This Pneuma, there will be no incident. Pneumatic visitors will seek a general consultation. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. That's an opportunity for us to learn a language. Oh god! And he knows Deep Mandaic. Okay, this is huge. I had no idea that Franklin Bancroft was in this. So Raquel Dilettante, infuriating prodigy, possibly dead, possibly real. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season would just likely want a general consultation. This Pneuma, nothing more unusual than usual stirs. A visitor may still arrive for a general consultation. Oh God, so one, I love the fact that it's Bancroft. Number two, I love the fact that Bancroft is actually giving me the language that I want the most. Okay, the skill is now level 1. Use your many-faceted lessons wisely. Damn, this one goes hard. A lesson of many facet, like leaks in where, from, how, as an unusual and versatile lesson that will not persist past dawn. Use it quickly. All right, let's make the magic happen. So we want to restore rhyme and remembrance first. So that is a lesson of many facets. And in this case, we can use the clouds. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. A conversation with Lord Franklin Bancroft. Thorough weather for this time of year. Definite weather. Could you, no. Tutoring Deep Mandaic. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this resonant language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. God, this could not have turned out better. I also want to pour a glass of water. Pour out. Pour it out. I actually chose a really good time to restore that Faust. Obviously I wasn't planning on Pneuma showing up, but that worked well. Okay, Forge, the work accomplished. An anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of Aniric irresponsibility and confined to the Cucurbit. The prisoner is plainly terrified and bewildered by their situation and has been unable to wrangle a coherent explanation out of anyone, but the dreams keep coming and they keep writing them down. Snow, broken mirrors, half-heard sky music, flowers of white, red, and black, a blood-streaked winter dawn, the most notorious signifiers of Aniric risk, fantastically vivid and detailed. No wonder they were locked up. Their final recorded dream is of a worm jewel beneath Brankrug Isle, which they will open with a key carved from their finger bone. I'm sure most of you who saw where I got the second edition of the Husher text, or sorry, Cosley text, will recognize what that particular text was hinting at. All right, we've read Wrapped in the King like a billion times, so I'm gonna skip that one for now. All right, the skill's now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So originally I thought I was gonna have to level up for this one, but take the Lesson of Many Faces. Whist seems to me like if we just take the Old Wound and the Noombroom, which again is a bit of a shame to give up Noombroom like this, but I'll take it. And the thing that's nice about this is that this leaves me the core to collect other items from Numa. That's the main reason why I wanted to take the opportunity. Or I could try swimming. Maybe I'll try swimming after I start recovering my health. Let's make sure I've locked in my lessons before I go completely bonkers. Aglaophotis, the other rose, only in Numa does it bloom. So what we want to do here is restore the... we want to restore my health as soon as possible. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Much is lost, but much remains. So another gull's egg, which isn't any different from Numa, so that's a bit of a letdown, but that's fine, we learned something. If nothing else, I think we're good. We'll be able to take care of the tortoise for a while. I wish I had a better spot for this. I do have a better spot for this. Okay, so we got our first priority, which was to restore Rhyme and Remembrance. So now we will level up Glaciery and Lightsmithing. Oh, yeah, let's try a swim. Swimming requires an element of the soul with heart or heart and scale. Okay, so well, that's fine. Let's see if this is different from the other history plan. Okay, the skill is now level 2. And finally, we level up Leaves and Thorns. So I'd say that is a pretty good day's work. Like, I went into that Numa kind of expecting that I wasn't going to do a whole lot. And we managed to get two levels out of yeah, so 2 more skills up to level 2. I have to imagine that I can't do this trick all the time. Like if I were to do this with Hill and Hollow, for instance, I don't think I would have what it takes to actually be able to just get everything leveled up to those top levels, but still, that does actually give a fairly strong argument for trying to keep as many persistent memories in memories and lessons as possible, just for that eventuality. So, I don't know, something for me to think about. But right now we're just going to let the day play out. I am going to try swimming in Numa just to see what happens. I could try... No, we won't have enough time. I was going to say I could try restoring something in bed, but it'll take another 90 seconds, and we don't have 90 seconds left in the day. So we'll try a Numa swim to see what happens, and then... Deserved a little fly time. Originally I was going to use this to try and gather something else, but I'm curious. A brisk swim. I'll plunge again into the waves, though in the Labyrinth season something might be different. And again, I need to allow for the possibility that I'll wind up afflicted. We know we'll wind up afflicted in terms of the visit to the Sweet Bones, but we do that knowing full well that we get Spintria for it. Okay, so that was a bit of a letdown. I don't really need 2 Agave Eterna. I mean, I'll take it, obviously, but... But I would have preferred maybe another Aglaophotis, just because that'll be helpful for making candles and such. But again, you never know what's going to happen, right? So, all right, in a minute and a half, we'll figure out what happens when we go swimming in Numa. And then in 5 seconds or less, we will know Deepman Dayak. I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Deepman Dayak, the most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed, of the mother of ants herself. So again, Ramsund and Kernwek Hanevek are the last 2. Although, as you can see, there's a lot of Deepman Dayak texts to keep me busy for the next little while. And there are some quite challenging ones, so maybe let's order these by difficulty. Okay. Not too tricky. I should also consider... actually, you know what? This might be a good room for the baronial stuff. I like this. How much more do we have? 4 seconds. It is difficult afterwards to remember what I felt. There among the billows, the waves have made their pilgrimage from the horizon. Now I am a pilgrim too. I have exhausted my strength. I have become unwell. So we got a salt memory for that and a curious hunch. All of this goes away. So yeah, if we swim overnight, that is good. And if we don't swim overnight, it gives us an affliction for absolutely no benefit. Although maybe I can sleep on this. Haha, the day is mine. So tomorrow morning, first thing I'm doing is drawing up some water so that I can restore my elements of the soul. And then, although I guess yeah, actually now that I think of it, I can actually use the linen. So anyways, I'll figure it all out. Like I said, this was a pretty good Numa, all told. And in fact, I could also talk a little bit about... Okay. In terms of the Tree of Wisdoms, I could actually take a look at the two options. So, this is Ithistry. The Chandler's Tale. There is a story known to candlemakers of a guildmaster who made a wager with a master of the Potter's Guild. The Potter's oldest cup, she said, was older far than the Chandler's oldest candle. However often one drinks from a cup, it can always be refilled. So they brought their witness to the judging on the appointed day, and the Potter's witness brought a cup he had used for 70 years until its shattering. But the Chandler's witness brought a candle 77 years old. Every month the Chandler had brought the old stumps and returned their matter to the vat, and used them in his wares, so that each newest candle was also the oldest. Ithistry teaches us there is always a way. And the Jeweler's Tale. There is a story known to jewelers of a guildmaster who made a wager with a keeper of butterflies. The master jeweler claimed his jeweled egg would hatch something greater than any of the butterfly keeper's chrysalids. Of course, after a month, the butterfly keeper's gardens were bright with wings, and the egg had hatched nothing at all. The jeweler, unable to pay his debts, fled into the desert with his egg. Horamachistry teaches us, know your limits. So I'm slightly more inclined... I mean, I do kind of like the Ithistry story. So I'm going to double check something here. So Birdsong... Yeah. I think I'm going to reserve the option. I know it's a little silly not to have a metal kicking around, but I don't exactly need it at the moment. But let's work out the day. So the first thing I want to do, I want to try and get my elements of the soul, I want to get them recovered as quickly as possible. So we'll wait the 2.5 seconds, and in this case I'm just going to use the linens. Afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed except in Sense and Sensations. Leaf mold, rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember where we went, it was cold. My inner light gutters, then flares. I am snared in a dangerous fascination. So, pretty good haul for today. Now I'm going to commit the whist at the Sweet Bones right away, and that's just to give me the... That's going to be to cycle through the elements of the soul more quickly. Let's... I may or may not be able to listen to this. We should be fine. So we can use the FET for this one, seeing as that doesn't earn me a whole lot of money. And then really anything goes here. We might as well do Horns and Ivories. And then Demoniac, Scale and Earth. Now I can only read one text at a time here, so I have a natural limit. How you doing, Vanguard Master? I have a natural limit in terms of what I'm going to be able to manage, but recordings from the Al-Theban Abyss, recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawadzowski and an unidentified presence. And yeah, I think I've decided, I may regret this, but I'm going to make this my DeWolf collection. Okay, health. Oop. So this we just need straight up heart. So drums and dances will help us with that. And then the linen should help. So cure my malady, you've supplied enough heart. There's not a lot of space in here. And I'm gonna guess, yeah, that doesn't work. Now I am curious, can I fit books? Sort of. I think I'd prefer to keep the mirror scope on here. So I may still have enough space. I think I'm one short on the... Technically 3 short, so... but I can make that work. So... let's move the astrolabe... Oh, looks like I don't have space in this area. Yeah, now the real fun begins. Doing all right, testing, and more testing. How goes the book? It goes quite well. We actually had a really good Numa, which means that I'm up on a few things that I didn't think I would. You know, we'll put the Bancroft Diaries up here. Shadow in the Stair goes here. I swear I should be able to fit at least one more book in this spot. Okay, so this is my DeWolf room. I'm actually reasonably happy with that. I don't like, you know, it'd be nice if I didn't cram the books the way that I did, but yeah, I'll worry about migrating the other books as the day goes through. I should probably figure out my next few steps. Okay, so we are earning some money in the Sweet Bones. I want to keep investigating the house. And then I would like to be reading some books, but maybe we don't worry about that right away. So I will drop some water. I think we continue looking at the various statues first. So we will consider Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. The bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. The inscription reads, "Speech, the first sword." And again, I'm fairly certain we've read this one before, but I think this is, he converted... actually, yeah, so that I'm trying to remember who the earlier abbot was. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We'll worry about that later. And it's a rainy day, may or may not help. Okay, let's also go searching for more... let's go searching for some more solar books. The Abbey Chronicles record how Viking mercenaries were quartered at the Abbey. One of their number, Tok, attempted to loot the church, and his eyes are pecked out by thorn-beaked crows. He repented and became a sworn brother of the Abbey under the name of Thomas, and rose in time to be abbot. But that was not the end of his story. Okay. There's a side of me that says there may be some sense in trying to generate some of those persistent memories today, but let's at least finish the investigations on this side. So we'll use the Arab just because that doesn't earn me any money. So St. Melissenth, visionary philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isles Abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." Okay. Again, at this point, I'm mostly... Oh, anonymous. Right now I'm interested in anything by the abbots and abbesses. Looks like... Okay, so that's it for the Westcott room. And Dr. Aaron Peel, exile, riddlemonger, thunderskin devotee, I'd rather say confidant, impeccably dressed, but always in dark clothing so the stains don't show. Dark the dressings too, at his ankles and his wrists. I won't take a seat. It's kind of you to offer. It would be unkind of me to accept. So he doesn't have a language he could give us even if we wanted it. And as a reminder, this is the Affair of the Rising Wile. Across the inner sea, across the desert sands, someone styling herself the Oracle of the Rising Wile has set up a tent town where she preaches the truth of nearly now to her followers. This would be of no obvious interest to the students of the invisible arts, except that, although she has pitched her tents in the shadow of the Temple of the Seven Coils, nothing appears to have eaten anyone. Visitors with an interest in moon and scale mysteries will want to talk about this. So... Conversation with Dr. Peel, the day, the night, and here we are again in the day. Marvelous. The Oracle of the Rising Wile, I asked her a riddle, and she had the temerity to ask me one in return, and so I am here. Try a book with as much mystery moon as their moon interest, which I believe is 3. Although I'm not quite sure what this single one is. How do we know now by the angle of the sun? Do we know now at night? We think we do, but we cannot. You are wondering if I am talking nonsense. Let us find out. So, we do have the collected Hush House lectures. Actually, this satisfies his requirement, too. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. Something, as it were, coming through. I'd forgotten I'd written in the third history. Well, well. Can I take a look? I'll keep my gloves on. Peel will examine the book and return it to you. He won't leave until his other business is concluded. So I'm curious here if we did... It's neither entirely right nor entirely wrong. We know now most during the day, less at night, but most of all at sunset when the sun shares his blood with us. If we could share our blood with the sun at dawn, we would know the most now of all. Good day. Okay. So yeah, I am actually curious what happens when I give him his own book. So I'd forgot I'd written in the third history. Well, well, can I take a look? I'll keep my gloves on. Peel will examine the book and return it to you. He won't leave until his other business is concluded. Okay, cool. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we'll immediately restore the Whist. And St. Melissenth, on closer inspection, this is a reliquary bust, which is to say that if I cracked it open, I could retrieve St. Melissenth's actual skull. That would be uncouth. Alright. So I don't think we're not ready to drink the Roscragen whiskey, so I don't have much to check here. I believe, yeah, we weren't prevented by checking anything out that wouldn't have... So basically anything that I want to check out that requires an element of the soul would be consumed, so I'm okay there. I can't recall if we investigated the lacquer bone chess set. We did not. Okay, so we'll use the... let's use Faust with that, actually. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So you can kind of see why I wasn't too torn up about the fact that I didn't have a lot of elements of the soul. Like, in the end, if I want to just be considering items through the house, we still actually have all our work ahead of us in terms of, like, just getting things through. And the fact that I've got a pretty good rotation here in terms of restoring 3 elements of the soul a day, yeah, I'm not all that fussed, to be completely honest. A little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. But again, obviously it's nice to have more than less. So I'm skipping the Church of the Unconquered Sun stuff. I'm actually specifically looking for St. Brendan's Abbey right now. We will worry about the Church of the Unconquered Sun, but I want to focus on one thing at a time. Lacquered bone chess set, Born of Battles. The White Queen and Black King are both scowling, but the Black Queen and White King are both grinning delightedly. Okay, so that's everything in this room spoken for. I don't think we have anything else to check out. No, sorry, I was wrong. The Red Lotus vase might have something. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And yes, we did. So yeah, there is actually a little bit more in the tower than I was expecting. But again, the real prize is going to be to check all the busts again, because we'll learn a little bit more about those who came before. I'm debating about whether or not the Black Book of Brittany counts, because it was donated to St. Brendan's, but it isn't really about St. Brendan's. So I think I'll skip that for now, but slightly under protest. Okay, recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawitowski and an unidentified presence. Only Zawitowski's part in the conversations is comprehensible to the listener. The other side consists of grating, buzzing, and rumbling sounds, perhaps only rock movements or artifacts of the recording process, which Zawitowski nevertheless unhesitatingly translates. Zawitowski seems to believe that the presence identifies itself as a name or remnant of the lost hour called Seven Coils. It pleads with her to assist its rebirth. It begs her to find something for it in the city of Emesa. Towards the end of the interview, Zawitowski grows suspicious and repeatedly accuses the presence of being not the Seven Coils, but only an inhabitant. The recording ends mid-sentence. Ooh. Okay, fear. Let me add that to the list. And we got a stone stories for that. So that's good, because I think stone stories is quite low. Yeah, it's not going to take that much to level up. In fact, the rain makes it a perfect day to do this. I am going to need to restore the Arab, though. So there is a question... Do I want to go for the next one? The Shuritic Book of Suns. Oh, this has got a Newman in it. Seems like a good one to me, then. I could use the Fascinated one, in fact. Oh god, that is actually really tempting. I will resist the urge because I do actually want to get my Faust back. So Tenskai Sacralamea should do the trick. And we will add Deep Mandaic. So a radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. This book houses a Numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. I can master this mystery enough sky to match Mystery Sky. And how are we on my recovery? Okay, so we've got 1 of 3. So we're working on 2 of 3. You know that Oriflammes was established in the same year as the Mask of Masks, but not the same history, so it's probably a coincidence. Come closer, though. I'll whisper you a footnote. Ooh, okay. I'm also going to make a note on my lore list, because that seems like a pretty cool detail. And we got a Wormwood Dream for that. If there are laws which apply only in Dream, then there must also be, it must also be that there are crimes which can only be committed there. Now I'm curious, I'm assuming this is going to show that Peel has, yes, he has already looked at this. So we will now talk with him about a real book. The Red Lotus Vase, a red glazed chinoiserie vase. A local reproduction, but a good one. And again, I don't need anything else for stone stories, so at this point we're still free in terms of what we can do with our elements of the soul. So an Urn of Ashes is the next one up. I will not dissect the remains. Twilight Pot. Investigate the object. And I'll pour myself a glass of water. So yeah, I'm assuming in this case it says I've already given him the... Yeah, Peel has already consulted this book. So now we're back to finding... Ideally, I'll find a level 4 moon book again. Now, because I've been reorganizing the library, this is going to be a little harder than before. Oh, there we go. I was neither entirely right nor entirely wrong. We now know most during the day, less at night, but most of all at sunset, when the sun shares his blood with us. If we could share our blood with the sun at dawn, we would know the most now at all. Good day, librarian. Now that's different from what he said before, I think. Maybe I was wrong. Either way, let's go back to what does not bark. Pour it out. Okay, so that's water for my... to restore my Faust when the time comes. I think I'll still... I think it's still going to be the next day before I can actually use the Faust, but I'd rather... to be honest, I'd rather... I'd rather have the... sorry, what am I trying to say? I would rather have the... I'd rather have, like, my full set of elements of the soul for tomorrow, even if that means that I'm occupying the bed for longer. Or I guess I won't have it for tomorrow. I'll have it the day following. I want it sooner rather than later, basically. All right, the Twilight Pot. A stylized bat grimaces gleefully on its surface. It might have been intended to be menacing. It is in no way menacing. Okay, I think I'm going to keep the whist... Like, I'd like to investigate an object, but I think I'm actually going to earn a little money at the Sweet Bones again, because it seems like we actually have more that we can do in the day in general. And I'm probably going to pay to have my laundry taken care of. We can do that overnight. I think we should have a second gold Spintria by the end of today as well. Timepiece recovery. Basket of Journey Laundry. Once washed, it'll be suitable again. Okay, so let's add the Fost. We'll add a glass of water. And then it's nectar that we need. So drums and dances will do the trick, but let's... Actually, you know what? Like Orchid... Nope. Can't just throw anything in. Alright, you know what? No, drums and dances it is. Cure my malady, you've supplied enough. It's not like I'm going to use it for 3 minutes. Okay, 3 seconds and then I will be able to level up Stone Stories. Better now. So Stone Stories is going to become level 3. Oh, hell. I got this very wrong. Okay, my health will work for that. Yeah, I'm gonna be... Yeah, that was a really boneheaded move. I will... So the thing is, this doesn't earn me any money, so I really want to use it either to level up something, or I want to use it to examine something. I think examining is the best use for it right now. I don't think there's anything else in here that isn't going to consume the items. Yeah. Now I'm gonna guess most of this stuff gets consumed by examining. Okay, so I'll just... What I'm gonna do is I'll take a look at the different tools. Okay, Mortar and Pestle, Crush, investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. It's 2 gold Spintria for my trouble. Yeah, we'll get through today. It's going to be a little dicey, given where Stone Stories is. But as long as I remember that it's the health that I need, we still carry the day. This is the one where literally the only thing I can use is health. So that was just a little boneheaded on my part. Crush, crush. Well, that's fine. I mean, we got ahead on something. That's... Okay, Shuridic Book of Suns. A radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns, attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. Set down with reverence before the intercalate by one who understood what would come to pass. Apocryphal chapters foretell the means by which the Sun and Splendor and the Forge might circumvent the impossibility of their joining, though through proxies that are in some sense themselves. So we've got the Great Counterfeit. The Sun and Splendor and the Forge of Days could not be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. This secret is the trick of it. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. I don't like the idea of counterfeit, though. Okay, and Sacra Solis Invicti. I have gained more understanding of Sacra Solis Invicti. Use this card with Consider. So I don't have that high of a level of it, but I don't have enough to carry me through the day either. So what I will do, I was going to say I was going to sleep on the site, but it occurred to me that I'm restoring my Faust, so that's not going to happen. Oh crap, I almost forgot. I gotta put that in the book. Okay. Fun. So let's get the health back as soon as we can. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So in a minute I will be able to level up Stone Stories. After that minute I will do my laundry. And then what else? Yeah, I think we just prep for tomorrow. So, I don't think it'll be that hard to level up Sacra Solis Invicti. It's 3 and 4. We can use the Great Counterfeit when the time comes. Yeah, you know what? We'll worry about it when... we'll worry about it on the day. I might even use a... Better now. I might even use a... I might even start reading another book in anticipation. I'm not sure. Okay, let's level up. And it's possible I might actually be able to keep that site overnight. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath on it, but given when the sun went down, I might get lucky. Okay, so definitely want Fear and Rain on this. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Now again, if I can, leveling up Wolf Stories and Pearl and Tide would be the ideal. But obviously I'll work... Oh, hang on. I want to get my laundry fixed as well. Let's have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. Kind of expensive. Oops. Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. But then again, we don't get sick all that often, so, you know, I think it's a fair enough trade-off. Now, as the night goes by, maybe what I can be doing is looking for more of those St. Brendan's books. I am a little surprised that we don't have more of them, to be honest. 5 seconds, I don't think we're going to be able to make it work. No. Still, we were close. Yeah, let me confess, I am a bit surprised that we are coming up short on solar period books. Carmine Petal, no. Okay. Take one last look in the white. Yeah, so I kind of feel like I might be missing quite a bit in terms of those books, because a total of 3 seems a bit suspicious. But we can take the Annals of St. Brendan's. So the Sun's Lament. Yeah, hang on. No, I've definitely missed some. Because there's the such and such in the Socratic mode. But we do have the Abbey of the Black Dove. So, oh yeah, well the Abbey of the Black Dove, well, yeah, okay. I'll worry about that later. Let's think about how do I want to spend today. So both of the Faust will be left aside for... Okay, yeah, so the Sacra Solis Invicti... well, I guess it's the Faust or the Whist can level both of those up. I can get a site, although... Well, I don't know. I guess I'm going to be investigating items anyway, so that's not... it's not the end of the world. Okay, so a site. I think it makes a lot of sense to talk to Reverend Timothy today. So maybe use a whist to talk to him. So Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Let's use the FET to investigate an object. Let's start with the serpent-styled glass. Investigate the object. I will earn my... Or they're still doing my laundry, but after they're done the laundry, I will earn my restorations. And what else? Well, again, I'm looking for lantern and sky. Well, let's see what the weather brings first. Timepiece recovery. Storm. That might actually change a bit in terms of how I go about the day, because the Book of the Extinguished Heart, or the Focus of Amber, is not an easy text for me to read. So let's think a little bit about what I can do with either one of these. So first of all, Deep Mandaic. It's a Forge and Lantern language, so neither of those really help. Yeah, okay. So I am going to need to think rather carefully about what I'm trying to accomplish here. So Focus of Amber, in fact, let's try the sky, because the sky is going to be the most difficult given how much Faust I currently have. So I'm curious if I actually have a safe way of getting that to the top level, especially because Sacra Lamea is also coming up short. Yeah, I would need to use an ink with this, I think. So if I leveled up my Faust to a Faust Plus, which would be very tempting, I'd be able to make it. It's very likely that I would actually be able to pass this anyway, but why risk it when I have a perfectly good Stargalling? So I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. I can even make a replacement Stargalling, so I'll worry about that later, of course. So we'll set aside this whisk now because we still want to level up Sacrosaurus Invicti. And I'm already using the consider verb, so for now, I think we'll just relax. And again, this was a special case here just because the storm is a uniquely powerful event. So Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So again, we'll wait for the laundry to finish so that we can earn a little bit of money. Fresh, clean, dry. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Alright. The serpent-styled glass carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads to the librarian Gravenius in earnest of our wager. The inscription is repeated on the base of the sand glass in Sanskrit, and indeed the style is Eastern, though I think somewhere further than India. That's going to be our first memory for Sacrosaurus Invicti. In fact, we could probably also use this with the Great Counterfeit, but let's see what Reverend Timothy gets me. Okay, so Arab. Now this is actually a tough one because it would actually make sense for me to level up Sacrosaurus Invicti first. For the simple reason that if I use any more elements of the soul, that's going to, like, I'll use up the site. So I can either use the Newman or I can see if Reverend Timothy gets us something. I think in this case what I'll do is I will use the Arab to gain a storm memory. So that's Apollo and Marsyas, or What Does Not Bark. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And then... now I'm actually a little annoyed that I don't know where... oh, there's the out... oh, no, yeah. It's the... that's what I thought it would be. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we've got a few more Abbey books. This is what I was looking for. So, second volume of Abbot Jeffrey's Hypothetical Theological Debates in the Socratic Mode. Okay, so I didn't check. I didn't just... I just missed where I put certain things. This is slightly annoying me. You're really not going to let me go and... okay. Now this I can believe we don't have more about. Like I'm fairly certain we're lacking the other parts of that series. But what I do get to do now is I get to try and collect the oh, this will be interesting, actually. So there's the Curia period, but then there's the librarians, and then there's the actual Curia. Okay, so I'll do one for the librarians and one for the Curia itself. Yeah, the the Curia period stuff's gonna be a little bit of a mind a mind mangler. And I know this would drive the participants crazy, but I'm going to put Cosley and Herschel together. I'm just trying to get proper spaces for some of this stuff. All right, that gives me something to work with. I do want to get that that Stargall made at some point, but let's worry about Sacrosaurus and Victi first. We've still got plenty of time in the day. Right, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we'll restore that shaft right away. Excuse me. Okay. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes, warily of Calyptra, the law, principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? And we are now ready to level up Sacrosaurus and Victi, so we'll use the Whist in this case. And let's, so that's going to be 4 and then 5. Oh, I'm short one. That's fine, we'll use the Newman. Okay, another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. So what this does, this opens up the possibility for me to examine other parts or other items in the house. So I think we were on to, yes. So we'll look at the spice scales. Oh, but in 30 seconds. And apparently... yeah, I misclicked. Did something wrong. Okay, this is William Harry's, so somebody I want to... More Thirza Blake. This is a tough one. I don't think it's fair to call this a work by Serena Blackwood. Oop, there's... Herschel again. Okay, that's a good start. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, so let's keep adding in. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of Thirza Blake, and there's a lot of Ambrose Westcott, and those are two sort of different ends. Harry's was just before Blake, yeah. So, like, Ambrose was the first, Blake was the one that kind of bankrupted it. So, it's kind of interesting to see so many books by the bookends, basically. Okay. And we'll move Keon at Abydos down. It's a start. Alright, the skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Alright. So it's not a bad idea to take stock at this point. So what do we need to get Sacra, Solus, and Victi up? We basically need four Lantern or Sky Memories. So can I achieve that with what I've got right now? So we've got a Core, Health, Faust, and Trist, remembering that Faust needs to... Faust needs to be like an input to Sacra, Solus, and Victi. So I have a couple of ideas about this. So first of all, we're going to use the Trist to investigate an object, the Spice Scales, redolent with decades of piquant passage. And I think the other thing that I'm going to do, it would be nice to use the Core and the Health for something other than, like reading books and such. But in this case, I don't think it would be a bad idea for me to get another Newman. So in this case, let's go to Natan's desk. We'll use the Core in this case. And I will, I'll read, not disfigured, the Sun's design. And that's a crack track text. So that should give me a Lantern, and then I would only need 3 more. Hopefully 2, because we'll be getting one from looking at the Spice Scales. And then, of course, we're going to be restoring elements of the soul as well. Oh, nuts, I forgot. Okay, well, 3 pencil work here. Okay. Focus on Amber. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning the lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Omar claims that the Hour called Watchman is both a god who was flesh, an Hour who was mortal, and also a god from light, an Hour who descended from the glory, but adds finally that the Watchman's origin is triple, and that, in essence, he is Amber. The Watchman, according to Omar, was once another Hour entirely who ascended into the glory to escape efforts by other Hours to send him to nowhere. It may be that Omar's sense of persecution creeps into the narrative at this point. Certainly, it grows less coherent, and the last part is devoted to attempts to prove that eyes, eggs, and the sun are in all some sense conjunct. So I got a revelation for that. That helps me out here. And oh, okay, Glazerian lightsmithing. That's actually really good. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave my studies aside. I think what I may wind up doing is committing more elements of the soul to leveling up Glazerian lightsmithing, because this is going to take a bit of effort on my part. So we'll stop investigating items for the next little while, I think. All right. Better now. I am tempted to get a memory. Yeah, so Glacier and Lightsmithing only needs two... really only needs 2 elements of the soul to level up. But I need 3 for Sacra... No, 4 for Sacra Solis Invicti. Well, here's what I'll do. Let's restore the Whist. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Let's get the Shapt and the health here. So we need Sky, so we'll do... oh, right. Reverend Timothy can, in fact, give a storm memory. So, but a bittersweet certainty will work. So Musgrave sketches will work, and we now have a home for that. Ah! We're already using Matan's desk. And then Confounding Parable. So we'll use a 7th voice for that one. And that should be beside, yeah, Humors of a Gentleman. All right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I know the library is looking like a little bit of a mess right now, but I am hoping that people are starting to sort of see some of the logic behind it. Like, so there will be different rooms. Oh, great. This is wonderful. So this is definitely going to get me Sacra Solis Invicti up. Yeah, so I'm hoping people are kind of seeing the logic in terms of the sort of the themes for certain rooms, an effort to try and get some of the books, like books on sort of related subjects together. And one of the things I'm actually going to try and do with this organization when all is said and done, I'm actually going to try and use that to guide the reading of the texts. So instead of just going through my list top to bottom based on the memories that they give me, I'm hoping to instead, go and what am I trying to say? To read the ones in my Dewolf room and then read like the solar ones and so on and so forth. So, Space Gales, redolence of decades of piquant passage and inspirer of sneezes. I wonder if this is scent. No, it's touch. Okay, so that didn't help me for leveling up, but I'm not too fussed. We're already ahead on where we need to be. I'm thinking maybe in Solomon's study I might put I might try and put some of the yeah, I think I'll put I think I know what the text I'm going to put in the pale room. All right, the sun's design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideoglyphs. In the city of Emesa, beneath the Church of the Holy Belt, is a sarcophagus of black corundum. Elagabalus lies, accursed of Janus, neither long nor mortal, neither man nor woman, neither liar nor a speaker of truth, neither real nor imagined. On his light suffused skin is made manifest the sun and splendor's grand design. Elagabalus is the source of one half of this text. Why do I have this in my inventory? Is the source of one half of this text. Its source, the source of the other half is obscure, but its power is evident. It is impossible to be certain if the sun really planned for us to enter eternity. It is impossible to be sure if the Grail, the Vagabond, and the Forge stole this birthright from us, or saved us from it, but there is a great secret here. So Newman, the paths of the sun. The sun has charted his paths beyond walls and woods and bounds. When the lights our way, when we are ready, All of us will enter eternity, at least in the right history. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the cartographer and the Twiceborn can win a particular victory. I am intrigued, by the way, so with Path of the Sun, this is probably the one I am most inclined to do, but I am intrigued by the fact that this one is shared with the cartographer, where the other one seems to be exclusive to the Twiceborn. Oh, right, now I remember why I kept collected Hush House lectures. That is fine. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's a different. That's not a. Definitely not a. Curia era. Sorry, I just want to get through this book, so that way I don't need to. Okay, cool. Foresight also helps. So yeah, that's actually sufficient to level up. I suppose the question is, do I want to risk going higher? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay, so I've actually got quite a bit to work with here. So Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a 7th member. Sir Snatchsea is distracted by Mistress Twitchshell kissing Mistress Netherpearls and fails to see Master Magglepie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wander-Eye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved by the 7th voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. So there's a confounding parable. We'll use that for the sky. Here we have Musgrave sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brankrug, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron and the Lambda Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. Art begins in colors, grows dapple, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He has so far managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe success in using sights and sensations with winter aspect to create first a chilly elixir from flowers, which he believes he can refine further into a final pigment. Okay, lots to work with here. So for starters, let's just get Sacrosolis taken care of. And ideally the things that Reverend Timothy can provide me should be dealt with first. I've kept the Bittersweet Certainty because that's one that I can take into memory with me at night. So Glazerian Lightsmithing at the end of this will be 5. Better now. So I can use this to level up. I can actually use this to level up the Glazerian Lightsmithing. I am going to get another Faust back. I should have Fekri's Herbery nearby. There we go. Okay, so I think we already combed over this. I'm gonna move. We have one by Lars Westergren, so we'll move that in the right area. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So tough to say. I'm probably... Oh, it is a tough call here. I'm going to read 108 for safety. Because that'll give me a confounding parable to work with. And that's just going to give me a head start on Glazierian Lightsmithing. In a pinch, like, I can use Paths of the Sun, but it's just nice to have a Newman that I can carry with me through the day. Okay, better now. So I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if I was a net positive or net negative on the day's activity, but every day does not need to be a profit, let's say. Okay, we may be done with the Curia books. We'll chat one more time with Timothy, but I'm not expecting anything to change. Okay. Did I forget to... Yeah, no, I made the right call. Okay, overall though, not a bad day again. So the fact that we wound up with Deep Mandayak really helped me out here. I guess I should pick one of these to take into the night with me, but it's not... Well, no, we can see what happens with Reverend Timothy. But yeah, I mean, so Deep Mandayak has definitely given me a lot to do in terms of elements, or in terms of books to read. But on top of that, like, if you take a look at the sorts of things we're leveling up, first of all, in terms of figuring out the text for all of the different items, short of Wolf Stories and Pearl and Tide, so Pearl and Tide... oh, actually, no, I think the Nyctodromi is taken up, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then Wolf Stories, I'm short the Schola Kosophy now, I believe. Yes. So again, like, if I'd been thinking, I probably would have taken a look at those level 1s first. But the main idea here is that with a little bit of adjustment, I will be able to look at the text for any of the given skills, and at that point maybe I'll be in a position to start deciding which of these I want to wind up committing to sort of higher level things. There are going to be, I think, 2 languages that I might need to take to level 2, just for the purposes of committing them. And the rest of this is really just a question in terms of what do I want to commit to the higher levels. And again, like Illumination, I'm pretty much guaranteed to take to level 9. You know, there may be others that I'm interested in. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I mean, if I wanted to say I'm doing the bright arts, Illumination, Ithistry, Horamachistry, but I don't need to be constant Lantern all the time. Like I can see, Illumination, Hushery and Nyctodromi being kind of interesting ones to follow down. And the other thing too, I can just take a look, Illumination, the brightest and fiercest of the bright arts, Aesthetics, Necromancy, Silence, Travel through the darkness and the hidden places, a study of things that should not be studied, worms, earthquakes, and abrasions in the world's skin, the lore of the primeval wood, healing, restoration, and renewal, music, riddles, miscellanea, the bright art dealing with the laws and contentions of the hours and their names, and the bright arts of alchemy, metallurgy, and pyrotechnics. So, the things that I am interested in addition to just thinking that they are, personally, I think are very cool, are absolutely the bright arts. So, illumination and ithistry and auromachistery are definitely things that I could imagine wanting to go fairly deep in terms of knowledge. Birdsong is kind of interesting. The text is definitely tough to get a read on sometimes, but I can see that being an appealing path. And then Nyctodromy also seems sort of interesting. So I guess that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the rest is just kind of a smattering of some of the others. At whatever, kind of wherever I think is most interesting. It's also worth mentioning, I talked about being able to go down, fully down 6 different paths. That's not strictly true in the sense that if I want, I can jump between lines. So it wouldn't be a terrible idea for me to think a little bit about how I would like to commit things to this this web. I already made a couple of errors in the sense of I technically don't need something at the base of Hushery, given that I have something at the base of Nyctodromy. That sort of thing. Or even then with Nyctodromy, because I've got something at the base of Skolakosophy, I could jump to Nyctodromy from there. That sort of stuff, I probably should be thinking a little bit more carefully about moving forward. But again, I don't need to have a perfect. I don't even need to have a perfect run to commit everything. I think the practical effects will be the same. But yeah, let's see how the day goes. I know today has been a lot more just sort of talking and planning rather than going into super. Well, it's been a bit different from the previous runs, but I'm actually quite happy in terms of making some progress in terms of getting some elements of the soul. And I think we've unlocked a path where I'm going to wind up committing quite a few more skills before too long. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. I think I already scrubbed this for... Oh. So I know these are 2 Curia figures. There may be other ways of working with this. More hindsight from Timothy, so nothing. Basically, this is it in terms of things that I can preserve overnight. Let's take the intuition. Okay. And what else? I can't remember if I already... probably I did, but... Yeah, this is all looking familiar. Alright, an offer from Oriflamme. Okay, I thought that was 8 tally. I'm like, that's impossible. Oriflamme's established 1776. Sense Science Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Light in the Inkwell. Oh, damn it. How am I going to fit this in here? Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brandkrug and the legacy of the Sacred Inks he calls Encasta Revelatonia. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Well, one thing we could do is we could move Bancroft out, because Bancroft doesn't have to be here, although at least he is mildly connected to the DeWolfs. Alright, we are going to bring in Reverend Timothy again. He's kind of helpful for getting us memories. We'll also earn some money at the Sweet Bones for a start, because we don't need to use every element of the soul right away. We don't know what the weather is yet. I do want to look at items, though, so let's start with a Cucurbit Barrette. Investigate the object. And a foggy day, so that doesn't really help me with Glazerian lightsmithing, but we will persevere. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So, for Glazerian lightsmithing, I am now trying to get 3 memories. Not too difficult. In practical terms, it'll probably just be 2 that we need. But as always, we'll see what the day brings. Okay, that got me touch. So a vessel with an ambiguous history. Something from one of Colin's experiments, no doubt. I wonder if that's Collins or Collars. I'm guessing the wolf snow will be consumed if I use this. Yeah. Okay. So the cranial tchotchke it is. Oh, I suppose with the fog, let's just double check here. So nothing critical as far as my existing texts. We can finish off Glazerian lightsmithing before I go too far. Reverend Timothy really loves the hindsight. Okay, let's got the 3 pence. All of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. There is no sign of any cranial trauma. Rule that out as a cause of death. Alright, there's the site I was looking for. So we need 3 more. Technically what I could do here is I could use the Arab and the Shapt. And again, it's a question of like bittersweet certainty and a confounding parable, and you know, that's a piece of cake. In fact, I think I will do that in this case. So 108 again, I'm a little too tired to be reading the full text. And I guess glimmerings in this case. Let's leave the shop aside. I might want to try and do something with the fog, but maybe core. Problem is, now that I've moved everything around, it's a little... Well, I guess we could just read the DeWolf book again, so... So that at least gets me the 3 for Glazerian lightsmithing, then the 4... well, I have some ideas. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So it feels a little weird to have the consider verb empty like this, but again, our priority for today is to get Glazerian lightsmithing taken care of, and then we can go back to exploring the house. Better now. Okay, let's renew the Whist while I can. So that's a good start. What we'll do now, so I'll leave the FOST aside. We will take the WIST and investigate another object. So again, I'm not opposed to checking out items, but I want to check out items that will help me level up Glacierian Lightsmithing, and then we can worry about the next steps. So again, I need four memories, one of which will be sight, and then in a pinch I could use the Newman and the Curious Hunch. But if I can use other elements of the soul in other ways, that's a little bit better for me. I suppose I also have a question in terms of where I would like to read A Light in the Inkwell. Is that something I would like to use ahead of, say, reading the rest of the Mandaic texts, or do I want to, do I want to complete the DeWolf part of the house a little more quickly, or do I want to go through the order here? Honestly, there isn't a strong argument one way or the other. They're all going to get read at some point. And I don't know what the result of any of them are, so I'm not going to be too fussed one way or the other. Oriflams, thanks you for your custom. Oh, now, one thing that I was a little silly about, okay, let me just take a minute to think about this. So I've got more than 4 elements of the soul right now that I can use. So yeah, I will get the core back, but I'll probably get the core back just to work the sweet bones. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. So if I'm lucky, Reverend Timothy will give us a bit of a boost in terms of memories, but if not, I've got every one of these that I can throw at the problem. Okay, not so helpful there, Tim. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I need to allow for the possibility that the glinting cranial tchotchke gives a different result. Ah, there we go. So someone has tucked a glinting lens into one of its eye sockets. There is no sign of any cranial trauma. Rule that out as a cause of death. Now, unfortunately, we don't actually get the result from that. So we're not quite at the panic mode yet. We'll see what Reverend Timothy gets us, but I'm not going to commit anything here to any other investigations until Reverend Timothy. In fact, I think what I'll do, if Reverend Timothy gives us something that we can use, maybe we will make that Stargall. After which, maybe we try and make something with the fog. A little optimistic, to be honest, but... Oh, well, there you go. And I do have a core. Okay, so... we'll talk with Timothy. Let's say... we'll take care of the usual suspects. So... health will go to 108 for the confounding parable. I'm just going to make sure I've got this right. Yeah, so I've got 1, that's 2, so I need 2 more. So that's Faust and well, let's make that core and Whist. Okay, before I do that, let's actually just get the stupid ink taken care of. So that should be Revelation, I think? Yeah, it just needs the sky. Ah ha ha, yes. Easier said than done. Right. maybe this is one of those times those awakened feathers becomes useful. So now I just need 2 more... Ooh. In terms of a liquid or a fuel. There's not a whole lot of 2 sky liquids. I could use one of the Deer Day lenses. What else? None of these offer sky. The sky, I need to reserve the sky for glaziering and lightsmithing. So let's set that aside. God, I wish I remembered which one would give me Stargull. Yeah, same story with Inks of Containment. Trying to remember the one that gave me Ugal. Leaves and Thorns. God, I don't even have Grail that I can throw it. Well, I do have Grail I can throw at it. It's just unconventional. Yeah, well, that doesn't do it. Founding Parable doesn't do it for me. I don't like doing it this way, but honestly, at this point, rather than just guess, let's I will look slightly ashamed while I... Actually, given that Stark... Actually, hang on. I got it. This is what the spreadsheet's for. Apparently, I didn't put that anywhere on my spreadsheet. Okay. This does complicate things then. So, excuse me. My main problem right now is that I'm trying to hoard my sky, which is a choice. It's not the only one. So let's see what I've got to work with. The other thing, I would prefer not to use the I prefer not to use the flowers if I can avoid it. But that really does limit me. So the best I can probably do here is work... Oh, hey, Takri! You will be pleased to know that I've committed some elements, some skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. We'll go over those in a little bit. I'm just trying to see if I can get a little clever with how I handle this. So maybe the first thing I want to do is see if there's something I can do at the kitchen range. So the kitchen jail... Alright, there's some possibilities here. So if we do Inks of Revelation... So, it's ingredients and seasoning. Well, see, we run into the same problem here. Because now I can't put the feather in. This might work. But then the question is, what element of the soul? Okay, no, if we put a wisp there. I still have no sky, so put that in shadow. Alright, so, but the Deer Day lens is just 2, so I'm right back to the old problem. So either I need to accept that I'm going to have to give up something that I don't want to give up, or I just don't make the ink today and I wait for a better opportunity. Probably waiting for the better opportunity makes more sense. Did you have to or just want to? Oh, I just wanted to. Like, in terms of the house, we've got everything done. So, like, in terms of limitations, there's absolutely no reason for me to... there's absolutely no reason for me not to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I'm trying to keep my options open in terms of, like, learning some of the lore. So I've cut myself off from 2 at the moment, and I do need other elements of the soul, but... Basically, I've decided... There were basically a couple of cases where I was like, okay, well, I already know where I'm placing this. And it just so happened... So Franklin Bancroft visited, which was nice. And on top of that, he visited with a... the knowledge of Deep Mandaic. So now we just have 2 languages we need to learn. Kernvek, Henavek, and Ramsund. Fraser Strathcoin will give us Ramsund, and I'm trying to remember who gives us Kernwek. Speaking of, I also forgot to do the update for the Affair of the Rising Wild, so I'll go over that right now. Across the Inner Sea, across the desert sands, someone styling herself as the Oracle of the Rising Wild has set up a tent town where she preaches the truth of Nearly Now to her followers. This would be of no obvious interest to the students of the Invisible Arts, except that although she has pitched her tents in the shadow of the Temple of the Seven Coils, nothing appears to have eaten anyone. Fraser Strathcoin came to Brankrug to interpret an oracle given by the Rising Wild and became certain he was descended from the Schemifectra kind of the Carapace Cross, the glory-winged ones. Aladim, the Alapine, suspecting some connection between the Seven Coils and the Sun, fearing what he might find if he visited the Oracle of the Rising Wild, chose not to go. MCO Lee, concerned at her superior's request for her to research an oracle given by the Rising Wild, began to suspect that a great counterfeit played some part in the affairs of the realm, and Dr. Aaron Peel propounded an obscure theory about a sacrament of blood which might be shared with the sun at dusk and at dawn, and exited stage left. He also took a look at oh, well, now I've misplaced it. Oh yes, I'm also starting to rearrange my library. So it's a bit of a mess now, but still fun. Okay, so I think I said I was going to give up on leveling... No, hang on. There's one other thing that I can do. So I can bring in 2... I think I might have got it. Okay. No. So I got to think about the ways that I can get more than one sky element. Well, the windlet bench might do the trick. Well, maybe. Now that still doesn't work because I'm up 2, but the only other thing I can add... Yeah, no, I need to... I'm going to drive myself... No, hang on. There is one slight hope. So if I do Inks of Revelation, Faust... so question number 1, can I add the Awakened Feather? Oh yeah, I can add 2 Awakened Feathers. Stargall ink. There we go. Brew a bright and persistent ink. I cannot believe it took that much effort for me to get that sorted out. Okay. Next up, I want... What do I want? We are leveling Glacier and Lightsmithing. I currently have 1 of 2. Okay, well, yeah. Let's take a look and see the most impressive knock and then the most impressive moth thing that I can make with the fog. I'm guessing I will probably just wind up... oh no, actually this is a chance for me to mess around with the marks. This may get interesting. This wasn't the one I was looking for. So there isn't a knock mark? That doesn't seem right. Okay, but what would the knock mark be? So we've got Bisclaver's Knot, we've got Salt Sign, Midnight Mark, Year Tally is Pure Winter. Okay, well, with that in mind... Oh, damn it. Okay, well, in that case, I should be using Moon. We can still angle this somewhere. Okay, so let's think about Moon. I'm probably going to have to rely on this altar. Okay, Core does the trick. So, Fog. I am quite specific. I very specifically want to see what the marks will do, because right now I've not been making good use of the. I've not been making good use of the. Actually, you know what? Wormwood Dream ought to do something pretty powerful too. Okay, so I don't think there's anything new for Tridesma Hyra. Well, that's interesting. We've completely ignored the Grail side of the equation, and there is a third level 15, so that's going to be something for me to think about. Let's focus on... Okay, nothing new for Moon. This may turn into a little bit of a bust, but it's a good time for me to investigate. Particularly with regards to the marks. Yeah, the more I look at these recipes, the more I really feel like I've fallen behind in terms of seeing how all this works. This is one reason why I want to spend some quality time reading the books and really going for like really going for the recipes that it talks about. You've been taking notes about book. Oh yes, I've got a few pages in a notebook of notes. I've got my spreadsheet there. One of the problems I'm running into right now actually is they are like all over the place in terms of notes now. So it's about as organized as my library proper. So now we're short. Now we're not getting to level 15 in terms of recipes. That's fine though. I don't think it hurts to... Oh, you know what? Black Sapphire Wash would have been good to include. That would have taken me up to the 15. Then again, Black Sapphire Wash is the level 15 out of this stuff. Okay, it actually occurred to me there's one other thing I might try. Okay, I don't think there's anything we didn't know already in there. I am curious though. Oh, nuts. This is not gonna work for me. Well, maybe. Yeah, the skill's too limited. Trying to think what kind of knock and moth stuff I have to... Because it occurred to me there's probably a couple recipes with the Stimfling. Yeah, you know, it's not really worth sweating. So yeah, I guess it's knock is the last question here. So that would be the Horned Axe. Or the Ascite Altar. So I guess Yeah, but the weird thing on this one is I don't really have a lot of knock stuff to throw at it right now. It's really just the fog. And I think I keep thinking the Stimfling is a knock. Well, no, hang on. There might... Yeah, there is actually a moth angle I can find here. I wonder if that's going to change the... And at this point, it's just as easy for me to double-click everything. So this one I'm actually rather specifically looking for something that a Stimfling can do, because I have a feeling that that is one of them. But again, rather than just seek everything out individually, Well, the other thing too, I have learned a couple of times about recipes I wouldn't have naturally tried, so I suppose there's a small benefit here. Definitely want to be checking stuff like solutions and separations. In particular, I want to be looking at the books that mention it. Oh, there we go. So apparently we already knew that, though. But I suppose now I know where my impression about the using the Stimfling in a recipe came from. Yeah, it looks like everything. It looks like they all kind of already know about this, but that's fine. We'll run. We'll run through. We'll say we've looked at the combinations and. Oh, now this one's interesting. So. No, it's 15, so we can make the Stimfling, but it does not give the Wormwood Dream. Interesting. Alright, there's a new one from Rhyme and Remembrance. So I am curious, Tikri, do you have a favorite book? Do you have a favorite character that you've learned about inside of the books? I have definitely grown rather attached to a few figures over the course of playing this, and I'm curious if this is just because I'm a big old nerd about this stuff, or if this is what happens to people when they play the game. Okay, so there's one last step here. I want to see what I can do with Knock. Again, I'm not expecting miracles here, but I have a chance to do some stuff. So Moth Orchid, I think, is going to be the only knock. It goes in here, and for substances, I mean, in reality, the Sacramentacite, but do we have any Glassfinger toxin left over? I'm going to probably be upset with myself for not replenishing that. Yep. Shame on me. I really should... In fact, maybe I'll make that as a replacement. But again, let's make sure that I've actually got what I need for the... Oh, we can use the Newman. Okay, Desiccated Witchworms it is. And again, we'll do the same trick here. It's just a little easier than me trying to fiddle through the remainder. Again, I'm not exactly expecting miracles here. I think probably if I included the Gervinite, I might learn a little bit more, but the thing is, we've already tried that. So ideally, with this... Nope. So if I had a liquid, I can get a Glassfinger toxin. Probably a glass of water, but I'll figure that out as I move by. Oh yeah, I should try using Orichalcum as an input at some point. Okay. Nothing too exciting here, so as far as witchworms are concerned, they are not a compelling input. But again, it's worth trying. I don't think you have a favorite person or whole book currently, but your favorite title, you haven't read it yet, is Against the Sisterhood and the Foulness of Their Depraved Customs. I think that might actually be one from the original Cultist Simulator too. Okay, which one of you is going to give me a Glassfinger Toxin? I seem to remember there was actually an easy Glassfinger Toxin too. But yeah, let's pour a glass of water and then we can make our Glassfinger Toxin for next time. And then the Faust and the Core. Okay, so that's getting me a Confounding Parable. We'll get a Bittersweet Certainty. And, hell. Skeleton songs. Music will fix it. Okay. But yeah, so this is a little different from... Oh, poured out. Okay. Preliminal meter. Glass of water. Fog. Oh, not preliminal meter, you idiot. Door and wall? Yeah, there we go. Glassfinger Toxin. Brew a bright and lethal knock toxin. But yeah, so the way I'm sort of remodeling the library, this is my DeWolf room. So basically any book that involves the DeWolfs, there's a couple of exceptions here. So we've got Old Coppernose and the Softer Metal, and then we've got the Ernestine Peterhans books as well as the Bancroft Diaries in here. I've started a collection which relates to the abbots and abbesses in this section. I've started to put together the books by the librarians of Hush House, and then there's a couple of extra entries for sort of figures that appeared around the Curia time. And then after that, I'll be adding sort of a nocturnal section. Aha! This is exactly what I was wanting from Reverend Timothy. But yeah, so I'm slowly trying to put together sort of thematic sections. It has nothing to do with the memories or like the type of mystery that it's in it or something like that, but I'm trying to put sort of sections that roughly make sense together in terms of my understanding of the book at least. And then after that, I'll be moving on to slightly more difficult ones. So like maybe the books that are dealing with Calyptra will sort of be in the same section, let's say, or some things kind of along those lines. Okay, Musgrave section. Musgrave sketches. Musgrave, 4th Baron Brankrug, was widely mocked as the Bleeding Baron in The Lamb de Wolf, but these sketches reveal a complex, somber inner life. Art begins in colors, grows dappled, finally is either mostly darkness or mostly light. Musgrave discusses the temptation of the perfectly minimal palest painting. He has so far managed to resist this temptation, but does guiltily describe success in using sights and sensations with winter aspect to create first a chilly elixir from flowers which he believes he can refine further into a final pigment. Next up, 108, Ava DeWolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. The great hooded princes call their library the Tomb of Lies, and this has given rise to a foolish tradition that the princes are habitual liars. Of course, in fact, truth flourishes when lies are slain. On the other hand, the princes do not say knowledge is power, but rather power is knowledge. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that, although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. The Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly synonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. This book is dedicated to Sir Parsifal of the Red Cup, the 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. And finally, don't spill it. Stargall Ink. Ooh, I might have made my life... No, 34 seconds. We'll be fine. All right, let's level up Glaziering and Lightsmithing. Okay, let's say Revelation, Storm. So these remaining 3 are not things that Timothy can get me. We'll say we can keep the Bittersweet Certainty overnight. There we go. So satisfying to have come so far. So I actually can't see a situation in which I don't go to bed with the Bittersweet Certainty. Eventually the Sun and Rags will always bring its beautiful ending. So we'll take that to bed with me. I'll add the Stargall Ink to Elopolis Nook. And in 34 seconds we will have the Glassfinger Toxin as well. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. Like I think I said a little bit earlier, like the challenge with having Deepman Dayak now is that there are a lot of books for... I can add the DeWolf book here. I'll probably read the DeWolf book first. But yeah, it does put a little bit of a damper on my intention to sort of move through the house examining objects. But I don't think it's going to be a deal breaker. I think I just need to be a little more careful in terms of the order in which I do certain things. Okay, with a keeper level knot, Glassfinger Toxin is the precursor of the Sacrament Asite. Yeah, put the Glassfinger Toxin right next to the beverage. Smart move. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I don't think we'll bring Reverend Timothy in today, and I may not finish... What are we doing for time? It's quite late, actually. Let's at least get some stuff started. So we'll read A Light in the Inkwell. Actually, you know what? We can read more than one book, because A Light in the Inkwell does not require... Yeah, actually, there's a few things I'll do. So first of all, let's get some water. Drop water, lower the bucket creaking into the dark. So one thing that I can do is I can read A Light in the Inkwell, and we don't need... Like, we just need English for that. So I'll see... This should do the trick. Yeah, that's exactly what I need. I didn't want to go full on with Auroral Contemplations, because if I need Lantern for one of the more difficult texts, like I don't want to kneecap myself. So I can master this mystery, enough Lantern to match Mystery Lantern. And then let's see what the day brings before I go too far down the path. Okay, another foggy day. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So we already know that the fog is not going to change anything as far as the books that I can read, so Definitely not the 16. The 14 we'll probably try and handle in a storm. Yeah, honestly, at this point, let's just read Skin of Silver. An epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith with the Remnant Giant and Tyos. So that's 10. We have got 2 already. Bells and Braziers will add 9. So if we just add... I mean, I have a couple of options here. I could put in any old element of the soul and just add a tool, but this'll do. Okay. I do want to investigate the rest of the house still. I'll still use my usual trick of earning a bit of money. Help with letters. I could could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. But yeah, I'm thinking probably what I can do is I can at least investigate a few items in the house as we wait for the books to finish, and then see what's left, basically. So, investigate this object. Now, in reality, it probably would still be a smart move to try and pick up Reverend Timothy and just get him generating memories in anticipation of what the... Yeah, I feel a little silly doing this, but... Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. I might as well, right? Like, at the worst, I just... You know, I missed out on an element of the soul, and... I generate memories that I don't need. Okay, Shears of the Sisterhood. Black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. Much older than much of the house, but still remarkably sharp. My basically my Trist, Fet, and Arab are kind of my automatic investigations. Now again, some of these things, I suspect most of what's in here, if not all of it, this noodle jar will probably be fine, but I think the rest of this stuff is going to be consumed as soon as I analyze it. Westcott's compound's almost certainly, yeah. So Tanglebrag, I think, also gets dissected. Yeah. So, investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And my usual reason for using up like the Trist and the Fet and all of that is on the odd chance that I have something left over, it gives me a chance to earn some money in the Sweet Bones, although in reality maybe what I want to start doing is just making sure that I go out to the moor, the Crowcross Sands, etc. On a more regular basis. Okay. So I always do this just to prime the return. First I jump in on here, let's just try and close one of my UI windows. Snoodle jar, useful for calcination, purification, alteration, and valuable for snoodlery. In these dark days, true snoodlery is rarely to be found, but I am now in a position to correct that. I should just caution both you and Cree. I'm actually already going later than I was planning, so I may not be around for that much longer. But I did. I still feel like I'm behind on stuff, but I'm doing my best to work through that. I will mention that on Wednesday we will be playing a new game. Not that I will be returning to Book of Hours, but excuse me. But yeah, I definitely want to. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I think we've already investigated the wine dark chair. Yeah. Excuse me. I will just verify. Yes, okay. The sneeze threw me for a loop. But the reference image we should, yeah. Sorry. Investigate the object. Sorry. Okay, a little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. Reference image. This is no kind of reference for conventional medicine. The junction points of the soul are clearly marked. A lot of touch memories coming up. Okay, so as far as I can tell, it's just worth remembering here that, so for this playthrough, using the afflicted element of the soul, we first investigated everything that we could in sort of this whole section of Hush House. So as far as the Curia is concerned, there are a few Curia areas we haven't examined yet. There's still technically some baronial areas, but essentially when it came to things that didn't require unafflicted elements of the soul, this part of the house has been examined. In terms of things that have been examined, basically, if it is something that will be consumed, I haven't messed with it yet, but I have, in terms of things that require elements of the soul, we've now basically cleared out this part. And in fact, I'm willing to guess... Well, morgue boots... Nope. Yeah, so unless by some miracle the animal bones don't get dissected, we've actually... It's more fair to say that we've gone up to here. So it's going to be a little bit of a tease in the sense that I have a bit to check out in the servants' hall, but I'm going to be moving on to the thing that I really wanted to do, which was to investigate each of the busts and see what's going on. And what I might do is I might play with the pets first, and then after that we can say that we we'll move on to the busts. Okay, let's make some well, first of all, I will, rather than just assume, I will just double check. Yeah, dissect the remains, not expecting. I should probably turn some of this into an essential periost at some point. So we've got the pigeon statuette and the clock, and then I think everything else is going to be consumed. So Swallow Thunder. Oh, I can investigate the Swallow Thunder. That's interesting. Okay, so there are 3 objects for me to inspect. I'm assuming the eggs are disposable. Eat it. Yeah. Not that hungry. But yeah, okay. We'll start with the pigeon statuette. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And we'll read the full text of the books. We'll do that when we complete it. Oh, like now. Okay. Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Revelatonia. Words are of the first importance, so the Book of Suns teaches, but do not words require ink, and is the Inkwell not then the womb of words? Musgrave identifies the Ichor Auroral as the mother of the Incastum Porphyrine. He adds that it would be blasphemous to describe the origins of the Ichor itself, although a scrawled marginal note suggests that a later reader thought that Musgrave was only hiding his ignorance beneath the cloak of piety. Okay, so I'm going to have to rearrange the books a bit. All right, let's also add the entry to the spreadsheet. This one's going to take a little bit of effort to level up. So we've got. Oh, am I already? I guess I'm already using it. I think it was like level 6 or something. So that'll eventually be up to level 8, which is good. But that also means that it's going to involve a lot of work, which is maybe not so good. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so we'll be taking that to level 8. Now let's get. Yep, there's Musgrave. All right, so yeah, this is what I was worried about. There's no space in any of these. So, oops. I may just move this into another room entirely, but so I just want to keep Ernestine's books together if I can. There we go. I think we're in trouble if I wind up with another DeWolf book, but we'll worry about that if/when it happens. I guess we could expand to Thomas's observatory. And then I just need to find a new place to put the books that I can't read. Now, what happened to the other book I was reading? Oh, apparently I started at slightly later. Yeah, actually, I guess... Okay, so the other question that I need to ask here is, I'm halfway through the day. I need to generate 6 memories to level up Inks of Revelation. I've got 2, 3, 4 technically. Okay, that's actually... That is in shooting distance. Yeah, so I'm just gonna cool it in terms of the stuff I'm checking out. At least until Reverend Timothy gives me a sufficient replacement. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent lady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And here we go. All right, Skin of Silver, an epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith with the remnant giant Antaios. As always, the Lionsmith drew his strength from metal and Antaios from stone, but the Lionsmith began to suspect also that this time Antaios was drawing power from the moon. The Lionsmith beseeches the three for their assistance, and the Menescate favors him with a skin of silver like water, like mercury, so that he too can drink power from the moon. For, she whispers, he too one day will be drawn into a perfect balance. So I wonder if that's prior to the Lionsmith actually becoming an hour. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so we're going to be taking Disciplines of the Hammer up to level 9. And then I'll have something left over. And actually, what's really tempting about that, now that I realize it, so because that's got an edge and a forge. No, darn it. I keep forgetting Wolf Stories. It's orange, but it's not forge. Okay, I was originally thinking, hey, we can use that to level up Wolf Stories and turn that into a level 2 that I can get some lore from. No such luck. So I could go next best. Now, there would be something kind of amusing about using this to level up Disciplines of the Scar, but we are not heretics here. Maybe we are. Perhaps Sharps might. Actually, Sharps seems weirdly appropriate given the text that we had here, so we'll probably use that to upgrade Sharps. And we have a Memory Fear for our trouble. But yeah, definitely Disciplines of the Hammer is not getting leveled up for a while. The other challenge is I'm going to have to find places to store all this stuff. So we'll put you in here. So again, because I've been reorganizing the library, there are these big gaps. Eventually, I kind of want to move the overflow away from the overflow. But I also want to give myself enough space to be able to, organize all this stuff properly. Although maybe I should start putting together the nocturnal stuff. Okay, before I go too much further, let's. Here's what I'll do. I'll make this the last day. We'll go over the lore that we got from committing the various skills. But before I do anything, I want to see what I get from Reverend Timothy for memories. So for Inks of Revelation, we needed 6. We've got technically 4. Was Ambrose Westcott really asked to provide a Watcher of the Skies? Beautifully enameled little image. The maker's mark is AW. Oh, cool. Okay. So we're now 5 of 6. So with that in mind, let's say we'll leave the Faust aside. So technically I can already commit one of these to investigating. I'm not gonna lie, it's not my favorite move here, but I am curious, so let's use the core in this case. Investigate the object. I guess I also have a renewed element of the soul coming back in a little bit, so... Technically, I can also be trying to preserve things like the paths, like the Newman and the Curious Hunch. I'd probably prefer to keep the Newman... I'd prefer to keep the Curious Hunch over the Newman, but there's no point in hanging on to these things if I'm not going to use them, so... I'll get over it. Okay, Swallowed Thunder, a storm swathed in subtle threads, ready to be released with a few judicious snips. The thread parts, the weave is empty, the skies cry out. Oh! Wow. That is really cool, actually. Because it felt like I wasn't really able to use... It felt like this was a thing that I put a lot of effort into making, and then I wasn't really able to use it in anything. But now that I literally have a Pocket Storm, that is crazy powerful in some circumstances. Like, because remember, I was originally saying, like, okay, well, I guess we'll wait until a storm to, like, maybe try the Book of the Extinguished Heart or Each Flame is Fuel. Well, now it's like, I mean, again, me being the ridiculous person that I am, the first thing I thought of was when they added, like, swimming to the game, and I'm like, oh, I wonder, okay, I only seem to have linens here. I don't have any towels. So, it's like, I imagine, just trying to find something to dry myself off. I walk in and accidentally use the Swaddled Thunder, and all of a sudden, like, I have to deal with a storm, being unexpectedly unleashed as I'm trying to dry off. But like, silliness aside, this actually is, like, this is really helpful. I kind of wish that I was investigating objects a little bit sooner, to be honest. Anyways, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so we're waiting on the Wist, is it? Well, we wouldn't have to because we've already got the Faust coming back. So I will investigate the inscribed clock. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And another storm memory. Alright. Again, we need moth, so it's not super helpful, but... better now. Alright. I think it makes sense to bring in more elements of the soul. I mean, money's pretty cheap for me right now, so... we'll bring in the Wisp just in case... just in case I need something else with Lantern. Again, we're kind of banking on Reverend Timothy giving me something fancy for the... give me something fancy in terms of memories. So, inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favored retainer. AMF, sorry about the mirrors. DG. Okay, now I gotta think. Who's a AMF? I can't think offhand. So I'm going to cool it a little bit on investigating things. I got the main thing that I wanted, which was to sort of clear this area out. So probably what I'll do is I will pet the cat, the snake, the gull, the tortoise, and that will... It's also important to remember that these will be 2 each, so 1 to pet and then 1 to feed. I won't make it a comprehensive list of everything in the house. Like, we'll get to the parrot and the stimfling when, you know, when it's their turn. But, yeah, I figure... I guess that's 8, maybe not. I mean, the orphan chick is still wild, but... yeah, I don't know. I figure if nothing else, it'll be interesting to get the data on what the cat provides. Well, not just the cat, but, you know, everybody. So far, it looks like we don't have that much from Reverend Timothy memory-wise. So we'll probably wind up giving up a few more memories than I necessarily want. Alternatively, I can make more money today, but honestly, I think we're fine. We still have a 3 pence kicking around. Okay, better now. So, for moth, I think it makes sense for me to try and hang on to any lantern and moth that Reverend Timothy can't generate, and then a second priority will be to generate things I can take with me overnight. I got nothing. Okay, so now is the time I should be picking something. If I delay 12 seconds, we'll just have enough time. So let's see what Reverend Timothy gives us. I'm probably being an idiot doing this, but... yeah. Okay. So I'll get an impulse. guess an impulse and a foresight makes the most sense. So you can get impulse from Traveling at Night Volume 1. And then I think foresight is Bancroft Diaries. That is correct. Yeah, we'll read Bancroft's Diaries on that. So at least I get a start on Inks of Revelation. I'm never crazy about leaving difficult jobs over a season. When we come back to this, maybe I should change my approach and focus on Disciplines of the Hammer before Inks of Revelation. It's mostly just because once I get that to level 9, it's done. Another catalyst for that is just simply because I'm sort of clearing out all of my memories at this point. Damn it, Timothy! Alright, it's late. So like I said, I'm potentially being a dummy doing this because anytime I commit to doing something at night, I always run the risk of going too late, but I think it worked in this case. Fair enough, Index. Now, I mean, again, I'm looking forward to this one because it's by a developer that I really like. It's not gonna be a one day only thing unless like I very rarely try. Like, I am not indifferent to people's wishes, right? Like, so if people clearly do not like a game that I'm doing, unless there is a really special reason for it, I am not going to sort of flog it for any reason. So, like, for instance, Imperator Rome was despised when it first came out. I actually had a decent enough time with the game, but like it was despised, and like the viewership dropped off, and I did make a proper effort of that. One, because I sort of had an established Paradox Day at that time, and because they gave me a key for coverage, and I'd sort of made a commitment in terms of what the coverage for that would be. But once I went outside what I thought the appropriate coverage would be, you know, I didn't return to that game. And that was definitely a reflection of the fact that, you know, people weren't into it. So I'm, you know, I definitely want to, you know, to at least, you know, pay attention to responses like that. But when it's something that I haven't done, so like another example of this, which I did actually feel a bit bad about, was Super Raft Boat Together. Now, I thought that was a very enjoyable game. I think it has like a nice soundtrack. Like, I think that game has a lot going for it. But like, it wasn't just that nobody was watching. Like, it was well and truly dead. Like, nothing in chat. Easily, like, you can look at the graph of that and see that just fall to 0. And like at that point, you know, I bought that on my own dime, and like I really like supporting Brace Yourself, but if it's something where like it seems to be driving people away, and I don't even think it's like that it was a bad day. It may be that was just an unlucky day, but I'm also not seeing a whole lot of people like asking me to do that, and it is a game that is you know, with Together in the title. It's not just a multiplayer game, but it is one game that works better as multiplayer. So that was one that I didn't do an extended run with. But yeah, no, I mean, like, that's a game that I have been given a key for promotional purpose. So I'm gonna do it like more than once, unless the developer's like, oh, this is a terrible thing. Never play this game again. But no, like it looks like a good game. I think it's one that people will enjoy, and we'll spend some time with that. I'm not abandoning Book of Hours, but I will be doing it a couple of days, and then of course there'll be like a break with holidays and things like that. But the intention is to make sure that I do that one and Book of Hours at least once a week. You wanted to like Imperator, sadly not even time seemed to save it. Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is that they kept making commitments about, reinventing the game, and then, I mean, Paradox, they are, revenue and profit wise, they are doing better than they did before. But man, Paradox has definitely been, like, the streamer that told me this is actually a jackass, and I really shouldn't be defending them, but I also don't want to be the type of person who, keeps a confidence only when it's convenient. But I remember there was like a named streamer that I was talking with about some of the trouble that I was having with Paradox, and like, he was, well, who you talk to? And then he, I'd say the name, and like, I physically see the reaction, and I'm like, yeah, this tells me everything that I need to know about this guy. So that didn't come as a huge surprise, but like, definitely there was an early look. There was definitely a big difference in terms of how they started treating streamers. But on top of that, you are definitely seeing a shift in terms of how the company has been working, and not just like what happened with Ebba Lungiron, the short-lived CEO. Stuff like, buying up Harebrained Schemes, which I suspect was probably running into some financial trouble at the end of BattleTech. Basically, like, taking Shadowrun and Battle, like, so far as I can tell, like, Paradox basically owns everything that Harebrained Schemes made, doing one game with them, Lamplighters League, which really, like, did not seem to work at all. I mean, it was also quite an expensive game. And then firing a bunch of people and then divesting them without any money. Like, they're not Embracer, but they're, they're not exactly exhibiting very long-term thinking in terms of these companies. Like, for crying out loud, like, what was the point of buying Harebrained Schemes if you're going to do exactly one game with them? So, and I mean, I suppose like that was it. Like, I guess it was kind of like a mortgage, right? Like all of the good IPs. And I mean, it's like Microsoft is the one who owns the rights to Shadowrun and BattleTech and stuff like that. So I'm assuming for them it was just like whatever the long tail of those games will be. But yeah, I mean, essentially they, Harebrained Scheme seems to be in a worse place, having been acquired by Paradox, than before. And, similarly with Imperator, they started losing money, and all of a sudden all those reassurances they gave to everyone that they would be working on the game and giving it, post-release support, well, they were moved on to other things. So, obviously, I have my own personal interests at play with that, but I've got enough stuff. The thing that I actually feel bad about is that, like, I really liked playing the Harebrained Schemes games. So I suppose that's been solved now. And then Triumph, like Triumph Studios, the Age of Wonders people. So like individual owned studios by Paradox are games I really like playing, and obviously there is a bit of difficulty there. But for the most part, I've actually not really missed not regularly playing Paradox games. There's other stuff that I enjoy, and I would rather spend my time on the sort of stuff that is willing to put the time or effort into me. I don't know, like I do. I'm sure people have noticed with my shoutouts and that, like, sometimes I am maybe too generous in terms of the comments that I make, and I just think that's a decent place to be in terms of, like, like assuming the best isn't the worst thing you can do. But But yeah, I mean, like I said, they're Paradox games are good. Like I'm not going to sour grapes the thing, but they're not like life changing. Like I'm happy. I'm perfectly content to play other games, and given the fact that I have options, like it's not a hardship for me to say, I'll focus on something else. So I think they just try to become more than what they are known for and what they know how to do. They keep trying to branch out, and it's not always. Yeah, I mean, well, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is a perfect example. That is such a clear example of that company trying to be much bigger in terms of the types of projects that it's taking on. So I guess my choice is the Newman or the Cure. We'll take out the Newman. We can use the Curious Hunch for other things. But I mean, with Hardsuit Labs, like, Hardsuit Labs had a big batch of layoffs basically because they got fired from Bloodlines 2. And, to a certain extent, it's actually not bad to try stuff like that. Like, obviously, if you have a company, and it ideally, you can grow, you can do more, you can, like, growth isn't necessarily a bad thing. But, you do need to, like, there does need to be kind of a plan behind it. And I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not entirely sure what the vision of the, all of the Paradox expansion was. And I did make in the productivity article, it doesn't really matter which of these ones I keep, does it? Oh man, that is a proper weather. Okay, this is actually really good. So if I ever try to read a book that I have like skill that's too low on, this would actually be a way that I can get a heart in the sky weather. Cool. Okay, we'll take the memory storm. But yeah, so in the one of the productivity articles that I wrote, like, people are quite annoyed with like Tim Sweeney and Lars Wingfors of Embracer, and like a lot of companies that forecast a lot of growth and are now doing a bunch of layoffs because that growth didn't materialize. And like the Embracer stuff, I really don't know what the deal with that was. Like, I just don't see how you acquire that many developers and not have some kind of contingency plan if they... Now, okay, in fairness, like, a few $1 billion of investment from the Saudis is not just a rainy day. Like, that's a fairly significant, that's a fairly significant catastrophe. Fairly significant catastrophe. What a bizarre turn of phrase. But yeah, no, like that is a big deal. But like still, it does really feel like this was something where it was sort of like, acquire a bunch of game developers, question mark, profit. And it does feel really, really bad that there's a lot of good stuff that now won't be happening. In fact, great companies that are long-lived companies that basically don't exist now by virtue of the fact that they were bought by Embracer. Let's see what the weather is, and then we'll figure out the day. Well, one thing we can do is bring in Reverend Timothy. I am not going to play out the day, but I'll at least see. Okay. But yeah, no, like the one defense that I will make for them, and I realize like nobody's gonna like, it's weird to do this, right? Because it's not like, anybody's really happy when you run out and say, but what about the billionaires? But like the one thing I will say for something like, the Epic situation, we've got two sets of activities that are happening right now in terms of people making decisions for the future. On one hand, you've got independent game developers who, within hours of Unity, announcing their price changes, which very likely won't individually affect them. And if nothing else, I think even Unity would say that the original release was confusing. Within hours of that release, they announced that they were moving from the Unity engine. Now, I don't know what that means for the people that they hired for their Unity skills. I don't know what this means for any existing projects that they have on. Any Kickstarter I've been involved in that changes engines has been delayed by literally years and sometimes not even released at all. I've never seen a situation where an engine changes and it has not been significantly disruptive to production. And obviously, on the margin, there's going to be companies that might have been able to turn a profit off of a game that don't. And that can be something that causes layoffs. Now, that is a perfectly predictable outcome to a business decision. It's not my job to say whether or not it's the right or wrong thing for them to make. It's their business. They can decide what they want to do. But insofar as there will probably be some kind of, given enough time, there will probably be layoffs resulting from the decision to kind of give this knee-jerk abandonment of Unity. I definitely feel that those are people who should be held to account in a way that maybe, at the very least, if we're going to be doing this to these larger company CEOs, the one defense I can offer for them is that macroeconomic variables are hard, right? Like, you can have a plan about where interest rates are and what the likely trajectory of consumer sentiment and all that will be. And if you're wrong, you need to adjust to the world as it is. And again, that's not to say, oh, isn't it a good thing that Epic laid people off? It's horrible. I actually know people who were affected by that, and I felt very bad for them. But I, at least in this one, can say that, this is an example of, people making a judgment on a fairly uncertain outcome. And whether or not people should be making those choices, I mean, that's a broader question, I suppose, because in the end, you do want companies to grow. And in the end, I'm not entirely sure we should just be punished. You don't want to create a situation where you're only punishing failure, right? But on the other hand, it is pretty crappy that the people responsible for the decision are largely not held to account. And I would say, if we want to be consistent in terms of that criticism, I would say that the people who are making a much more predictable decision along those lines probably should be held to account in a way that I know they won't be. Anyway, sorry, that was a huge tangent. But in any case, it does feel that Paradox is kind of in a similar boat. And I mean, to a certain extent, right? I think it makes sense that they don't necessarily just want to be I don't think they just want to be the grand strategy company. I think it makes sense that Paradox Development Studio stays doing that sort of thing. But on the other hand, I suppose the big question I would have is that to me, it's what is it specifically about Paradox making, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2? What, other than the fact that people really want to see that game happen, what is it about Paradox that makes me think that they're going to be able to deliver this project? And you can make this claim on a few other things. In fact, the one thing I do know about Paradox is most of the RPG things that they've tried internally have wound up canceled. So if anything, the precedent is that they can't deliver on projects like that. But that's a whole other issue. And honestly, I should talk less about Paradox. All right, I need to go to bed, so I'm sorry to end on such a rambly note, but here's I did say I was going to go into the lore. So I did finally commit a few elements of the soul to the Tree of Wisdoms. Let's read what we've got so far. So glass blowing and vessel crafting, glass the keeper. The fundamental purpose of a glass vessel, to separate what is without from what is within. Perhaps this was the first purpose of the first hour, and only in that first moment could there be perfect understanding. For our first illumination skill, the King and the Key. A great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he asked his minister to make 8 copies and distribute them among the people. But sire, the minister said, if a rebel contrives to enter our palace, might they not release their confederates? They might, answered the king, but all kingdoms fall, and one day I might myself seek release from that cell. Ericapean. In Nyctodromy, we assigned Vac, an arrangement, something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac is, in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. Hyksos, the dartsman. The assassins of the Traguleri, who end the long lives of Long, tell stories of the wars between the hours and the dawn of the world, when the sun was red and low. Wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled... Sorry, let's try that again. The assassins of the Traguleri, who end the long lives of the Long, tell stories of the wars between the hours in the dawn of the world, when the sun was red and low. Wars where the savage sound of savage bells unraveled the light of the moon and sun. Sorry, the light of moon and sun. Wars where dreams burned on pyres, where Long were the fuel. All this ended, the Traguleri say, once the worms came, and the hours had a common enemy. And so the Traguleri fear worms, hate worms, and make offerings to worms. And finally, Cracktrack, a tongue of the earth. Cracktrack is the native tongue of the living world. As long as Cracktrack is spoken, in cloud shape and hill form, life persists. So the languages that we've not yet committed are Fusine, Kilisimi, and Sabazine. The main reason for this is that the remaining languages, Kernwek, Hennevic, and Ramsund, may wind up taking one of those slots. So my decision rule in this case is, first of all, for the level one stuff will mostly, if not exclusively, go in the bases, basically. Following that, there's a couple of things that I want to do. So if I can, I'd like to get to Illumination 9. Now, it did occur to me that I don't have to go like 1 through 9. Like I can jump down a few different paths. But essentially what I want to do is I want to commit things that I like the descriptions of. I am somewhat inclined towards the bright arts, but I also kind of like the night arts too. So, yeah. If I want, I think I worked out that I can do 6 from 1 to 9 without any skipping. Yeah, and then I would have 3 level 1s remaining. What I'll probably wind up doing is I'll take advantage of these skips, but again, I would need to think kind of carefully in terms of where I place all of the different elements of the soul. So I'm not quite ready to to go nuts. And then the other thing that I kind of want to do is once I start committing a few elements of the soul. Once I start committing a few more skills and getting elements of the soul, the first thing I want to do is sort of sweep over Hush House and like read every single object that I can. But there is also just so much time in the day, and so eventually I'll start collapsing a few elements of the soul down into stronger element, like Faust Plus and so on and so forth. But that is much further down the road. Like essentially, again, the plan is to first move up Disciplines of the Hammer and then eventually Sharps. Level up Inks of Revelation. I suppose the nice thing about Inks of Revelation is that if we wound up, in Numa again, what is it? We've got 3 Faust. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got 10 elements of the soul. One of which would be for committing. But in any case, like as long as I get Disciplines of the Hammer taken care of, we would still be able to level up Inks of Revelation, and then we can probably kick the can down the road in terms of putting Disciplines of the Hammer in something low level. But that's an absolute worst case scenario situation. I'm not that worried about it. But again, all of this is stuff that I'll figure out later on. But yeah, the priority right now, get the skills, be somewhat timely in reading the remaining texts. Like I don't need to mainline these, but I definitely want to keep a fair pace going in terms of the Deep Mandaic texts. My big goal is definitely to take care of the stairs. And then there will be a bit of cleanup in terms of just some remaining items. But honestly, for the most part, a lot of the solar Gothic stuff is actually just candles, which, you know, like I can make those and study them on my own. What I'm really looking to do is investigate the stuff that is renewable. So things like White Matilda and the 9-wink clock and so on and so forth. But yeah, again, all of that will be handled on another day. On that note, thank you everybody for watching. We are November, 7th now, but does my clock still say 6th? I should mention as well, like, so the other thing that I should mention, like, when it comes down to it, if we want to commit a history, like, I can do that at any point that I want. With the lantern, just to give people an idea here, so if it were lantern, I can't remember the third, I guess it would be Knock is the last one, but so if it comes down to lantern, we've got the Uzalt, so that's 7, 9 with the book, 11 with the Faust. Oh, hang on. 20 with the Auroral Contemplations. Oh, of course, and then 5 with the Newman. Yeah, so we're good there. If it was Moth, oh yeah, actually, maybe that's one other thing that I can do in terms of picking my determinations. Anyways, if it came down to Moth, we've got 10 Moth, 2 from the Tris, so that's 12. 19 with the Uzalt. Sorry, what did I get wrong here? 7, 9. Okay, Journal is 2, Uzalt is 9, Trist is 11, 21. Yeah, 21 with Sacralamea, let's say. At which point the Newman brings us to 25. So I just need to figure out 20 and the rest follows. So Knock is the big question here. So with Knock, we would actually need Porphyryne. So that's 7, 9 with the Shapt. I think Preliminal Meter gives us 10, so we're up to 19. Oh, that's interesting. We might be one. No, hang on. 7 with Porphyryne, 9 with Shapt. 10 with the Journal, because I started off with 1 Knock. Preliminal Meter brings it up to 20, and then the Newman would bring that up to 25. So I believe for the Newman I'm likely going to do, I could pick any of the 3 and write it into my journal now. But I should maybe take a look at the other Twiceborn just to be sure. But yeah, in any case, I'm really kind of carrying on with the rest of this because I feel like there are other books for me to read. So I would like to, at the very least, I would like to read the remaining Newman. And I am slightly inclined to wanting to learn the remaining Secrets of the House. And so that means, you know, going through the Cucurbit, going through the Dawn period. And, you know, if there are remaining secrets left, that's fine. I can take care of that in future playthroughs. But I figure at the very least, before I commit a history, or make a determination, you know, write a history to recommend to the hours, I should probably actually take the time to, you know, to see everything that's in here. So a little bit more exploration than anything. But anyways, I've been promising to go for a while. So thank you everybody for watching. Let's see who's still online tonight. I know there's a couple of people. Hey, yes. So, sadly, nobody's doing Book of Hours, but I do notice that Katako is playing Bloodborne and actually has a lot of people watching her right now. So, I will leave you with her case. Actually, from what I understand, she is quite good at Bloodborne, or I don't know if quite good at Bloodborne, but apparently likes Bloodborne quite a bit. She's an Australian broadcaster, has actually been having a tough time at work lately, but definitely really bounced back attitude-wise from it, which I thought was really nice. So like I said, I will leave you in her capable hands. I will be back Wednesday with a new game, one I'm looking forward to showing you. And just a reminder that next week it is likely that I will be taking Monday off, and then the Wednesday immediately following will actually be a local game dev meetup. So there will be a couple of days in that week where I am not planning on broadcasting. I will if I feel up to it. But with that in mind, those will be the only interruptions over the week, and if I can, I will add another day to the schedule to make up for it. But anyways, I don't want to deny you any more of Katako. Have a good night. See you in a couple days.
Go away! There she is. Fuck me, Chalky. How dare you? No, thanks for the raid, man. You just get the shit out of me. Cheers, Ace Man. How's your stream? I'm getting all the raids tonight. I appreciate you guys far too much. I mean, I don't appreciate you guys far too